We did Girl in the White Van.
By April Henry. Chapter 1. Savannah Teller. With a grunt, I brought back the back of my right fist down on the bridge of my attacker's nose. A split second later, my left hand crawled on down his face, scratching the eyes, goggling the nose and cheeks. Right, left, right, left. Each shot set up my next. Right leopard's paw to the throat, left straight punch to the bridge of the nose, right roundhouse to the temple. And then my bedroom door swung open, taking with it the mirror of my own reflection, which I'd been pretending was my attacker. As soon as the door started moving, my face heated up. Worse yet, it wasn't my mom on the other side. That was already super embarrassing. It was Tim, my mom's boyfriend. He hadn't even knocked.
Hey, Karate Kid, sweep the leg. With a smirk, he sliced his hand through the air, accompanied by a cartoon sound effects. Choo-choo! He was wearing a brown Carhartt jacket over dark blue coveralls. One of his work boots kicked an imaginary target in midair. Dropping my hands I turned away a second ago, I felt so fierce. Now I just feel like an idiot. I was mad at myself for being caught by Tim. The fact that I was still in my pajamas made me feel even more stupid. My face got hot, which meant my pale skin was betraying my feelings. Saying nothing, I picked my library book up about Bruce Lee off the floor next to my bed and slid it into my backpack. I checked it out in hopes it would teach me some cool kung fu techniques, but it was mostly about philosophy. Reminding Tim that I was taking kung fu, not karate, would just prolong things. It was actually his face I'd been imagining while attacking my own reflection. He was my least favorite of all the guys my mom had ever lived with. Tim finally stopped making sound effects and karate chops. Do you really think any of those moves would work in real life? He took a step closer. You're just fooling yourself taking those stupid classes. If some dude really wanted to hurt you, you'd be toast. Don't respond, don't respond. Reminded myself as I grabbed a sweater and jeans from my closet. He switched gears. Your mom's taking me to work today, so make sure you lock up when you leave the house. Tim's classic Camaro had broken down again. It was kind of ironic given that he was a mechanic.
Normally, my mom was still asleep when I left for school. She worked swing shift at a CNA at a nursing home. Okay, I said, still not meeting his eyes. After making a sound that was halfway between a snort and a grumble, Tim finally left. I heard the bathroom door close. There wasn't a chance of a shower. The first thing I did was lock the door, the way I should have earlier. As I got dressed, I fumbled. Bruce Lee said that to survive, you had to learn to bend. I reminded myself as I pushed my feet into the back in white checkered vans. In the kitchen, my mom was loading the dishwasher. Tim was always left his dishes wherever he finished eating. The dining room table, the arm of the couch, even the bathroom counter. He must have dealt with his own dishes before we moved in. But now it seems to be women's work. Good morning, Mom said with no compunction. Maybe she was finally starting to sour on Tim. You must be tired. I poured myself a bowl of live cereal and sat down on one of the two black kitchen stools. I can take a nap later if I need to. As she put a mixing bowl in the back of the dishwasher, her sleeve rolled up her arm. I pointed at a spot on her wrist between tattoos. Mom, what's that? She hesitantly pulled down her sleeve. Nothing. That's not nothing. Look, those look like bruises. 4 dark round dots in a row, each the size of a fingerprint. Someone had grabbed her wrist, and it wasn't too hard to guess who it was.
Even though I had sometimes had the same marks, at least mine were from escaping practice wrist grabs in Kung Fu, not from the real thing. She forced a smile. He didn't mean to, and he said he was sorry. You can't let him treat. I stopped mid sentence as Tim walked into the room. What are you girls talking about? He looked from my mom to me and back again. Nothing, my mom said at the same time I said, what to make for dinner tonight? None of that vegetarian crap. I need real protein. Something with meat. Tim's grin was flat. Come on, Laureen. Let's go. After they left, my stomach was churning too much to let me finish my cereal. Mom refused to see how bad things were. And even when her eyes were finally open, she would just do what she always did when things went sour. Meet some new guy online, then jump out of the frying pan into the fire, using a profile photo that was nearly as old as me. Mom had met and fallen in love with men all over the United States and then moved in with them sight unseen before. Tim in Portland, Oregon. We had with Garrett in Houston, Texas, Adam in Hepburn, Nebraska, Brandon in Brooksting, South Dakota, and Paul in St. Charleston, Missouri. And before them, there were 5 or 6 other guys and places I had already forgotten about. Pretty soon, there would be another move to be with another man who would invariably turn out to have lied about himself and his life in ways both big and small.
Before we moved here, Tim told her that he owned the audio body shop he only worked at. The house was half the size he said it was. I was pretty sure he even claimed a few extra inches of height in the conversation. He and my mom had managed to make it work for 7 months. They had practically a record, but their arguments were getting more and more frequent, which meant it was probably time for a change. The thing was, I like Portland. You could be yourself here, and people appreciated that. Portlanders took pride in their Unipiper, a guy who wore a Darth Vader mask and rode a unicycle while playing the bagpipes. Megan's Wickens, transgender people, bike riders, stand-up paddleboarder people walking their pet goats, guys with elaborate beards, girls who didn't shave their legs or pits, guys wearing kilts, people with rainbow hair, tattooed hippies with huge gouges stretching out their earlobes. People who would have been mocked in many of the towns I lived in were celebrated here. And despite Portland's reputation, it didn't even rain that much. As I locked the door and set out for school, I did the math again. In 1 year and 7 months, I would be 18, old enough in the eyes of the law to live on my own.
Chapter 2, Sir. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. My foot hovered over the accelerator of an old blue Chrysler New Yorker, my chosen vehicle for the day. I was going less than 5 miles an hour, but I didn't touch the pedal. Outside, it was close to freezing. I left the defrost button alone, even though I could barely see out the windows. The fog glass provided cover. I had rubbed a small section of the windshield clear, enough to see straight ahead, just enough to focus on the girl about a block ahead of me. She had straight brown hair and wore jeans and a bright blue puffer coat. She glanced over her shoulder when she saw the car, her eyes narrowed. Turning back, she started walking faster and nearly screamed. My own heart sped up. Humans are built to hunt. Like any predator, when they see their prey start to run, they want to give it a chase.
Only was she really the one? I couldn't afford to make another mistake. Instead of pressing my foot on the accelerator, I pulled over and took my notebook from my pocket. The car was quiet except for the sound of my breathing. December 7th, 7:50 a.m., corner 36 and Cam. Tall, straight, dark hair, bright blue coat, alone. I underlined alone twice. But where did she fall on the 1 to 10 scale? I thought about her dark hair, then considered her face, which is slightly reducing chin. Finally, I added a number, 7. But after thinking about the long legs under her jeans, I added a dash and a second number, 7/8, and then I began to hunt for the perfect girl.
Chapter 3, Savannah Taylor. With a battered metal fork, I pulled a long gray-green strand of something that had once been spinach from the school cafeteria lasagna and let it drop on the brown plastic tray. Somehow the spinach managed to be both stringy and gaggingly soft. I was sitting by myself 3 or 4 schools ago. I decided there was no point in making friends if you were only going to move away again. You could promise you were going to still text or Snapchat, insist you keep in touch on Instagram, but it was never the same. Pretty soon, people who used to be your friends were as distant online as they were in real life. I was pretending to read my Bruce Lee book, but really eavesdropping on the conversation at the next table. It was just so scary. Alice's voice slid on the last word. She sounded so delighted.
What is late? Yoy asked as she sat down her tray. Courtney said some dude in an old blue car was following her this morning. Preston popped a baby carrot into his mouth. I shivered. For the past couple months, rumors had bounced around the school about a driver trailing girls on their way to or from school. The car was never the same, though. One time it had been a black Oldsmobile, dented and boxy. Another it had been a beaten-up brown pickup with an aluminum cover over the bed. But no matter what kind of vehicle, they all had 3 things in common. The windows were always fogged up, the vehicles were always old and dirty, down to mud-smeared license plates. And according to the stories, the driver was always careful to hang back about a block drifting forward about the same speed as the girl walked. Latoy shrugged. It was probably just someone looking for a house number. Pure coincidence. You know Courtney. She's always convinced that it was about her. But there was that girl in Beaverton who disappeared from Island Tan like a year ago, Preston said. Beaverton was the next town over. I heard that she just ran off with the bank deposit, Latoy said. That was missing too. Then why'd she leave her car behind? Alice asked, her gaze suddenly sharpened. I realized she was looking straight at me. Crud. My face got hot. She had caught me staring. Even though I was immediately looked away, it was pretty obvious that I had been eavesdropping. Time to leave carefully, not to look in her direction. I got to my feet and then picked up my book and tray. I was scraping the remains of my sad lasagna into the gray rubber trash can dedicated to compost food scraps. Very Portland. Someone behind me said my name.
Hey, Savannah. I turned. It was Daniel Diaz. We knew each other from Kung Fu. In class, it was hard to keep my eyes off him. I told myself it was because he had such perfect form. He could do a spinning hook kick and make it look like a human helicopter. He was a senior, so we didn't have any classes at Wilson together, but almost all the other Kung Fu students were adults, which gave us kind of a bond. At least I always hope it did. Oh, hi. I felt my face flush again, but for a different reason. In Kung Fu, I was just an orange belt, one up from white. Daniel was a green belt, only 2 ranks below black. He had been taking Kung Fu for 5 years. Some martial arts schools routinely promoted students every few months without really making them prove themselves. But our school prided itself for not being a belt factory. There was there were adults in our classes who had been going for longer than Daniel but weren't much higher in rank than me. So you're reading Moshu Ting? Daniel asked as he scraped his plate into the bin. What? With his fork, he pointed at my library book. That was Bruce Lee's nickname. When he was a kid, it means never sit still. Oh, yeah. Did my response sound as still to him as they did to me? Everyone always said he was the best. I was hoping I could pick up some new techniques.
Daniel tilted his head, making his thick black hair fall over one eye. In have you? So far, it's mostly been a lot of savings, I admitted, setting my tray on the rubber moisturized belt. Daniel set his tray next to mine. That might make sense, actually. Bruce Lee wasn't a big believer in memorized techniques. He thought material arts had become too stylized, so that they weren't practically anymore and wouldn't work in real fight. For him, any technique was good as long as it was flexible and fast. But that was signal wasted motion. He called it the style of no style. This was the longest conversation I've ever had with Daniel. The style of no style, I repeated, secretly blessing the Mutana County Library. I like that. People were stacking up behind us. I saw a few of them noticing Daniel, noticing me. But unspoken agreement, we moved into an empty corner. Which of Bruce Lee's movie is your favorite? Daniel asked. Mine is Enter the Dragon, the scene where the bad guy escapes into the Hall of Mirrors and Lee has to deal with all of those reflections of himself. It's epic. I actually haven't seen any of those all the way through, I admitted. Just the bite and pieces you can watch for free on YouTube. I sing Beauty winced and smiled, like that one scene where he's fighting Chuck Norris and he yanks out his chest hair and then blows it off his hand. I mimicked Bruce Lee's action as I spoke. Way of the Dragon, Daniel said immediately, which is good, but not as good as Enter the Dragon or Fist of Fury. He grinned. If that scene had been in Fist of Fury, I guess they could have called it Fist of Fury.
Ouch, I groaned at his pun. I've seen every Bruce Lee movie ever made. When I first saw The Way of the Dragon, I thought maybe that body hair was fake. Because when Chuck Norris turned around, there were even big clumps on his shoulder blades. But when I googled it, it said it was real. It must have been cooler to be hairier in the 70s. The bell rang, and everyone started making for the doors. See you at class tonight? Daniel asked, nodding. I tried to respond with a modest smile, but despite my best effort, it stretched into a grin.
Chapter 4 Savannah Taylor. The rest of the school passed in a happy blur. There was something about Daniel that left me waiting to break my rule about not making friends. When I got home, I made cornbread and, mindful of Tim's complaint, chili with more meat than beans. The salad I knew would have just been for my mom and me. Even as my hands washed and chopped my stir, my thoughts were consumed with thoughts of Daniel's. His brown eyes with flecks of gold, his long fingered hands, how he was with the perfect height, so that it was for some reason we ever hugged, I would be able to tuck my chin under his. Like always, I ate before Tim got home. Then I put a lid on the chili and left the cornbread in the oven so it would still be warm for him. I sprawled on my bed and did homework. I tried to stay in my room as much as possible, especially when my mom was at work and it was only Tim and me.
When I finally heard the front door open, it was in half an hour later than normal. He must have had a hitch ride from some of the other guys at the shop. Tonight he didn't even try to talk to me, which was a relief. Out in the kitchen, I could hear him muttering to himself, but not the actual words. Then the TV went on. I checked my phone, almost time to go to class. Once it gets started getting dark earlier, my mom wanted Tim to drive me, but we both insisted that wasn't necessary. And now, of course, he couldn't. I changed in my green t-shirt and black athletic pants, then put my bag in and my orange belt into my backpack. It was more a sash, black cotton fabric with an orange stripe sewn around one end. Passing the test for it a month ago had been one of the proudest days of my life. That evening, a couple of the other students at my dojo had also tested for orange. All of us were required to demonstrate our skills before three black belts. I only knew of one of them, my teacher, Sufi Terry. But that night he was just as expressionless as the other two men, closely watching us. Off the mat, the room was filled with friends, families, and higher ranked students. Since my mom was at work, I was alone in the crowd. The room started to feel like it was too small. With like all the oxygen was used up, claustrophobia was kicking in. With every passing minute, I felt more and more anxious. It was all I couldn't I could not do not to run outside. By the time the test started, my mouth was dry, my hands were damp, and I vowed to perfectly instead of making mistakes. So many mistakes in one form, so I punched my left hand instead of my right hand.
I lost my balance doing a roundhouse kick and I had to set my foot down. When we were asked to demonstrate a low block out of the corner of my eye, I saw that the other students were holding their arms in a different position. Each mistake left me more flushed and flustered than the last. By the end of the test, I was blinking back tears. It had been a shock to still be awarded the rank to go through the ceremony of kneeling between two rows of flickering tea lights in an otherwise darkened room, and then stubbornly tie the belt after Sufu handed it to me as everyone applauded. Now I zipped up my backpack. Class started in 20 minutes, and it took about 12 minutes to walk to dojo. With luck before class, Danielle and I would talk some more about Bruce Lee. As I walked into the living room, Tim was slumped on the couch watching football and still wearing his mechanic coveralls. At his feet were still very empty beer bottles, his kicked off work boots, an ashtray filled with butts, and a dirty bowl and plate. He looked very little with the pictures of the man my mom had showed him. The blue eyes she had exclaimed all over but disappeared when he narrowed them. In the picture he shaved his head had made him look tough, but now that he had skipped running a razor over it for a day or two, it was clear that he's just going bald. Not sounding like he particularly cared, he mumbled, "Where you going?"
Even if Tim couldn't remember my schedule, my t-shirt embezzled with the school's logo was a pretty big clue. The same place I go 3 nights a week, I pulled on my coat and leaned down to get my backpack and hat. When I straightened up, Tim was right in front of me. I hadn't even heard him get up. I stuck in a breath and took a half step back. "Are you disrespecting me?" he said through gritted teeth. I lifted my empty hands in a placating gesture. "I'm just going to Kung Fu class." "Class?" he said, a raspberry sound. That class is giving you unrealistic expectations in the real world. You're a little girl with a big mouth, he grinned with humor, and anyone could do anything they wanted to you. That class is just putting ideas in your head. A pit opened in my stomach. Kung Fu class was the only good thing in my life right now, but I'm paying for it with my babysitting money. My inflections rose at the end like it was a question. His face changed, and I knew I'd made a mistake. And now you're definitely talking back. You're grounded. Grounded? My voice broke in disbelief. It wouldn't have been funny if it wasn't so stupid. I didn't do anything about bad things. I heard other kids at my school talking about, and I didn't get drunk or use drugs or shoplift or sneak out at night. Tim snorted, and I had imagined a cartoon bull pawing the ground, ready to charge. Yes, grounded. You live under my roof. He stabbed a finger at me. You eat my food and sleep on sheets that I paid for, but you act like you can do whatever you want.
You're nothing but a spoiled brat that doesn't know how to be grateful for what she has. So I guess I'm going to have to teach you. Grounded means you go to school and you come straight home and you don't go anywhere else. I locked my teeth around the words. I want to spit at him. My mom would see how stupid this was. I pulled my phone from my pocket and started a text. Tim snatched my phone from my hand. Grounded means you don't have a phone. Surprising even myself, I ran for the door.
Chapter 5 Savannah Taylor. As Tim reached for me, I yanked open the front door and ran out. With his fingers grazed my shoulder, I twisted in midair, and my fear gave my feet wings. I pounded down the porch steps with him only a few steps behind me. He cursed when his bare feet met the sharp gravel of the driveway. I kept running even after I heard him limp to a stop. He was still yelling threats and swears. It was another block before I burst into tears. My pace finally slowed to a walk. What had I done? I should have just pretended to accept Tim's stupid rule for one night and got my mom to sweet talk him out of it. But now that I have openly defied him, he would dig in his heels, sure that I make it to Kung Fu today. But it could easily be my last class, and even if my mom managed to persuade Tim to let me go again, this wouldn't fix things for long.
Soon she would start looking again for the Prince Charming she was always sure was out there just waiting for her. And then we would move to some other town when everything I cared about was here. My breath came in hitching gaps, hanging in a white cloud in front of my face. I had to compose myself before I got to class. The cold air scrubbed my lungs, but my face was still red and hot. I dried my eyes on the puffy sleeve of my coat. With each block, the neighborhood had been changing. The houses were now interspread with small businesses closed up for the night. I passed a daycare, then a row of townhouses. The warm yellow light screaming from their windows somehow made me feel even more alone. What would happen when I returned from class? If the front door was locked. I had no way to get in. And what about when my mom got home? Would she demand that I apologize? What would I do if that happened? Or would she take my side and then they get in a big fight? Would Tim kick her out too? Sleeping in my mom's car might actually be better than spending one more night in his house. It wasn't home. It was just a place I kept my things. I could talk to a school guidance counselor, but what could they really do? Tim had never laid a hand on me. They would just say he was strict. It seems unlikely that they would force him to give my phone back or to unground me. No, the best I could do was hope for my mom deciding to move on. No more kung fu, no more Daniel. I sucked in another breath and ordered myself not to start crying again.
Crossing the quiet street, I cut through a small strip mall, empty parking lot, past a dentist, a nail salon, a tax preparer, a shoe repair. This neighborhood was so hilly that made my kung fu school was tucked underneath these businesses on top of half of the buildings, yet all of them, including my kung fu school, had outside entrances. As I went down to the concrete steps that connected the two levels, I was so wrapped up in my own thoughts I barely registered the old man walking up the other side of the street, or a young man pulling his bike up the bottom of the stairs, or a middle-aged guy walking slowly driving a white van past us. Savannah, hey Savannah. My focus finally shifted to the outside world. Daniel, he was the guy on the bike. My face got warm again. Oh, hey, sorry. Didn't you hear me calling you? He threw one long leg over his bike seat. I guess I was in my own world. He looked more closely at me. Are you okay? I said with my eyes were still shining with tears. It was just cold out, that's all. If I said anything about Tim, I would start crying again. He nodded without looking completely convinced. After locking his bike, he held the door open for me. Inside it was warm and filled with familiar smells of sweat and disinfectant. There was usually a crowd of adults, some chatting, others stretching or practicing forms.
Together, Daniel and I took off our coats, toed off our shoes, shoved our stuff in cubbies, and then we tied on our belts. Stofu Terry called out, "Okay, let's line up." His long black hair had gathered back into a ponytail low on his head. The way he moved made me feel of a jaguar. Before I stepped on the red mat, I felt my right hand into a fist and then covered it with the palm of my left hand. The right hand symbolized a weapon, and then the left showed that it was controlled. Demonstrating respect for the dojo and my parents, I took my spot, second from the left around me. The other 8 people lined up in order of rank. As a senior student, Daniel was on the far right. Until 2 weeks ago, I had been on the other end of the line. Now to my left was a guy with a shaved head who was always talking about how he had taken Taekwondo back when he was in high school, which had to be at least 20 years ago. It was clear that he didn't really belong in last place. With a padded strike, Stifu rang the heavy metal bell. The deep, soft clang hung in the air as he saluted us with the same hand over fist gestures, which we returned. Right after we moved to Portland, I had never been walking by the school and stopped to watch a class through the window to ceiling window. The students had looked so fierce and strong, displaying coordination I couldn't even imagine possessing. It was summer and I was at loose ends, not knowing anyone. I started observing class on a regular basis, as if the window star was really a giant TV. Then one day, when the students were practicing a new move, Tafu Terry came out. Before I could hurry away, embarrassed at being caught, he introduced himself and invited me to try class for a week. That had been enough to hook me. I paid for it with weekend babysitting jobs.
Now, Sophie said, today we're going to be working on grab counters. The word counter always sounded weird, like kitchen counters or people who kept track of numbers. But it meant a counter move, a way to navigate whatever your attacker's doing. As a senior student, Daniel got the privilege and sometimes the pain of being the demonstration model. Sifu reviewed the basic counter for grist wraps. Rather than meeting force with force, find the weak spot or use his momentum to your advantage. He showed us how to turn our wrist so that the narrow point should push against the attacker's thumb. The weakest part of the grip, the counter, is for when someone grabs your shoulder from the front. He nodded at Daniel, who grabbed Saifu's shoulder with his left hand and threateningly raised his right fist. When you swim your arm up and in, breaking his grip, Sifu said as he demonstrated with momentum like a swimmer's frontal crawl and step back and take yourself out of range. He turned towards us. Okay, everyone, get in a partner and practice the straps with about 3 to 5 follow-up moves. I looked to my left and Mr. Taekwondo, but suddenly Daniel was in front of me. Usually the students his level stuck together, at least for the first few rounds. Talk to your partner about how real you want to make it, Sufu said. If you make any contact, especially to the face, it should be kiss touch.
His touch meant contact as light as a feather. It both demonstrated control that you were capable of delivering a much more powerful strike. The word kiss touch applied to me and Daniel made me blush. It was all I'd been thinking about since we had talked at lunch, but that was stupid. Wanting to be kissed and touched was what had made my mom drag me over 9 states in 8 years. You grab me first, Daniel said, and make it as real as you can. Same goes for me. I clamped my fingers hard around his wrist. He twisted and eventually broke my grip. I flickered in his expression, made me think that it was more difficult than he expected. I smiled to myself as he threw a few follow-up kicks and stripes that made me brush me. Then it was Daniel's turn to grab me. I was hyper aware of his cool fingers circling my skin. Playing bad guy, he grunted, "You're coming with me." He yanked me forward. His words reminded me of Pen. I jerked my wrist around, not minding how much it hurt, then grazing my ribs with a roundhouse kick, following a back fist to the nose, and I turned into a gentle tap. Class would be over in 15 minutes, and then what would I do? Daniel and I traded back, forth, until Sufu told us to switch partners. A next few partners handled me much more gingerly than reduced to hold on tightly made me angry. How was I supposed to learn what worked or what didn't? At the same time, I had trouble focusing, sometimes forgetting that it was my turn, while my partner waited more or less patiently.
As class went on, Sifu showed us street fighting techniques: how to twist an ear, shove a palm under the chin, dig two fingers into the notch of the collarbone. Even though Sifu demonstrated the moves slightly, it was clear from Daniel's expression that they hurt. When we split into pairs to practice, Daniel chose me again. He did each move only until it started to cause pain, and then rubbed his fingers over the spot he had just hurt, as if rubbing the pain away. At the end of class, Sifu said, "Because we don't want to break our partners, we concentrate in what we can practice at full force. But remember, if you're fighting for your life, there aren't any rules. When you're attacked, fight dirty." He made air quotes. "That's exactly what you should do. Bite, pull hair, knee to the groin, scratch their eyes." His usually playful black eye were serious. When your life is on the line, you have to do everything you can.
Chapter 6, Daniel Diaz. With the rest of the students, I returned Stufi's bow at the end of class, but I didn't really see him. Instead, the left-hand corner of my vision was focused on Savannah Taylor. Before today, when I'd seen her with Bruce Lee book, I hadn't paid a lot of attention to her. I mean, sure, I knew who Savannah was, but white belts tend to come and go. Try class for a week or a month and then decide they were really cut out for Pilates or pickup basketball. Even people who made it to Orange, as she had a month ago, sometimes dropped out after the test as if they had used up all their energy just climbed the first rung of the ladder. It wasn't unusual for it to take a decade to get a black belt. If you ever did, some people had tested numerous times for it and never been awarded a rank. Stufi dismissed class. At our dojo, the students were expected to clean up after. When I saw Savannah take one of the mops, I made sure to grab the other. Since mopping the floor was the last step by the time we started, all the students had left calling their goodbyes.
you mind locking up for me tonight? No, Sifu. Thanks. I promised my daughter I'd help her with homework. He gave us a wave. See you guys Saturday. After the door closed behind him, I was hyper aware that we were now completely alone with the darkness pressed up against the windows. Tonight was fun, I said, moving the mop in a series of tight S curves down my half of the floor. Fun? I couldn't think of something better to say just than that. Just the memory of Savannah's skin under my fingertips left me tongue-tied. I had dated a few girls before, but nobody special. Nobody who made me feel the way I was starting to think I might feel about Savannah. Yeah, sniffling, she wiped her nose with the back of her hand, remembering how wet her eyes had looked when we met outside. I realized I'd been too focused on myself. Are you really okay, Savannah? After a long pause, she said, right before class, I kind of argued with my mom's boyfriend. As she spoke, she kept her gaze on the floor. So he lives with you? We live with him. He's the reason we moved here. But I don't get what my mom sees in him. I'm not even sure she does anymore.
Savannah shook her head. Anyway, we really weren't seeing eye to eye. My hands tightened on the mop handle. What were you arguing about? She sighed. Tim said it's dumb that I'm taking kung fu. He's always talking about how it wouldn't do me any good because men are stronger and bigger. After dipping her mop back into the water, she squeezed it dry. But now I feel like I could do something if someone attacked me. Maybe I'll end up hurt or killed, but I'll definitely make them sorry first. The struggle is real, I said. Size doesn't make a difference, but most bad guys don't have any training, and you're starting to. And you're good at instincts, and you move well. I didn't add that this Tim dude seemed like a real jerk, the kind of guy who wouldn't be happy until he brought everyone down to his level. Thanks, she lifted her mop head from the water and dropped it into the ragger. I've never really done any kind of sports before. Grabbing the handle, I squeezed it dry for her, standing close enough that my shoulders brushed hers. And what he said about size is just wrong. Look at Bruce Lee. He wasn't much bigger than you. He was like 4'8" and 140 pounds. And he was the best material artist in the world. Ever. I think he would have approved of what we were doing. It was certainly practical. He wanted to be able to end fights while expecting as little injury as possible, and he never telegraphed what he was doing. I tilted my head. Do you know what that means?
Savannah gave me a crooked smile, and my stomach did a complete 360. It's funny that we still use the word telegraph when none of us has actually seen one, but telegraphing, she moved the mop handle to her left hand so she could demonstrate with her right. That's like when you pull your fist way back for a big roundhouse, right? Yep. Your standard bar fight punches, Bruce Lee's kicks and punches were more likely to explode from his body, with no wind up. He was famous for his 1 inch punch. People literally don't know what hit them. At least, and I understand where that phrase came from. Savannah's big blue eyes flashed up to mine, then back at the floor. And he was just more than martial arts. He did fencing and running and weightlifting and boxing. Anything he thought he would make him better at kung fu. I have been a little obsessed with Bruce Lee, but Savannah honestly seemed interested. He was even the Hong Kong Cha-Cha champion. She brushed back her dark curtain of hair. Cha-cha like the dance? Bruce Lee had supposedly only learned to dance as the way to impress the girls, who didn't appreciate the fact that he could do a two-fingered push-up and jump 8 feet into the air. I decided not to share this with her. I've read that he realized a lot of what he learned dancing could also be useful for ass kicking. Well, dancing's supposed to make you light on your feet. She wasn't looking at me, but at the dirty mop water. I cleaned the mop handle so hard it hurt my fingers. Before I could think better of it, I said, Winter formals next month.
Want to see if it would work the other way around? If Kung Fu could make us good dancers? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. With every second, I died a little. Finally, she sighed. Sorry, I don't think it would be a good idea. She didn't elaborate, but I filled in the blanks. She didn't like me. She only liked me because I could throw a spinning hook kick. She had a boyfriend. She thought my obsession with Bruce Lee was weird. Whatever it was, she clearly was interested in me. Okay, I said, then add sorry. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Her mouth turned down at the corners. I mean, I like you, Daniel, but I held my hand up to remember. That's okay. You don't have to explain anything. I just wanted this moment to be over. I didn't need to hear the details or worse yet, a lie. We finished the mopping in awkward silence while I mentally kicked myself for ruining what might have been the beginning of a friendship, for making what had clearly been a bad day for Savannah even worse. After putting the bucket and mop away, we grabbed our stuff. I set the door so that it would lock behind us, and then we walked outside. After the warmth of the dojo, the chilly air was a shock. It was also dark. The area around our school desired. This part of town is empty at night. I said I could walk you home if you wanted to. Her lips twisted. Oh no, I'm okay. My mom's waiting in the upper lot for me. She put on her hat, then offered me a sad smile as I turned to unlock my bike. But I'll see you in class.
Chapter 9, Savannah Taylor. Time slowed down as it seemed if I hung in suspense in midair for long seconds. There was plenty of time to think about how I might be able to land on my feet or launch myself into a forward roll. Plenty of time to observe that I was actually not doing anything and finally came down to earth. My bound left wrist hit the ground first, taking most of the impact. It became a pivot point around which the rest of my body rotated. The pressure on my left forearm increased and increased until finally I felt something in its stem, just above my wrist. Momentum wasn't done with me yet. My arms might have come to a stop when they met the rope, but the rest of me was still moving. My feet flew over my head. Somehow I managed to keep my head from hitting the pavement.
It was nothing like the forward roll I had imagined pulling off. Instead, I was slammed flat onto my back, driving all the air from my lungs. Lying on the roadway, I looked up at the distant stars. It felt like the universe had hit the pause point. It felt like I might never breathe again. I was pretty sure I was badly damaged, maybe beyond repair, but I didn't care. I felt curiously detached. And then my lungs spasmed. I took a jagged, involuntary gasp, and the air rushed back in me. With it came the pain. I stared at my broken wrist spread to my ribs and head, and then suddenly it was everywhere. The pain was as big as the sun. It was swallowed me. I was broken. I couldn't fly. I couldn't roll. I couldn't walk. I couldn't even imagine moving. I heard the van screech to stop, and the engine shut off, followed by footsteps. Standing over me, the man blocked out nearly the full moon. He swore. Then he bent down to gather me up as I passed out.
Chapter 10, Jenny Downing. Rex's barking woke me. It wasn't just a few woofs, but a vicious volley. At the sound of my stomach crammed in the back of my throat, I remembered what happened the last time Rex sounded like that. In the dark, I scrambled backwards on the bed until my back was against the wall. My hands flew over to cover my face, and under my palms I could feel the tender ridges and seams that now crisscrossed my cheeks, nose, and lips. My heart was beating so fast it felt like it might come out of my chest. Outside, Sir was yelling, "Zitz, blitz!" Finally, Rex switched to frustrated whines. Trying to calm my racing heart, I sucked in a breath. Rex was outside, out there. He couldn't hurt me. Inside, there was a rattle as Sir undid the padlock.
A short length of the chain had blown on either side of the door, and when he padlocked the other ends together, they stopped the door from opening more than a couple of inches. I waited for his footsteps to shake the trailer as he made his way down the hall. Instead, he called for me. "Jenny, get out here. I need your help." I scurried out in the living room as he was standing halfway in and halfway out of the door. I stopped in my tracks. Cradled in his arms was a girl. I haven't seen another human being besides Sir for months. Her dark brown hair hung over his arm. Her eyes were closed and her mouth was flat. Ripped duct tape dangled from her right wrist. There was a scrape on the left of her side and a raw red patch bleeding with blood. What happened? Did Rex bite her? Is she dead? I was too shaken to think about avoiding the word with bees. He hated how they sounded when they came out of my mouth. I kept my right hand over my face, hiding the worst of my scars. Sir said he made it clear that he did not want to look at me, and he had taught me to never look at him in the eye. Collecting myself, I added, "Sir." Stupid thing jumped out of the van while I was moving. "Now she's hurt. I need you to help me splint her wrist." He took a step into the trailer. A pack was looped over one shoulder. "Close the door behind me." I didn't move. Sir swore. "Rex won't bite you when I'm here. Now close the door before I get really angry." I forced myself to move, keeping my hands up in front of my face. I was ready to protect my throat, my face, my belly. Rex's front paws were at the bottom steps, and his ears were back. His wet teeth gleamed as he gargled a bowl.
My heart leaped in my chest. I yanked the door closed with shaking hands. When I turned around, Sir had disappeared with the girl in my room. I followed. He had turned on the light. He laid her on her back across the end of my bed. The girl didn't move. He was taking off her torn teal blue puffer coat. Underneath, she was wearing a black exercising pants and a long green t-shirt with some kind of design on it. The left sleeve of her coat was shredded, revealing puffs of white polyester filling. Gingerly, Sir pulled down the sleeve, turning it inside out. In the process, he eased her left arm free. The girl's upper lip drew and her eyebrows pulled together, but she still didn't wake up. Even after I could tell her to lift, her wrist was broken. 3 inches above her thumb was a bump, like something had stuck someone had stuck an egg underneath her skin. I need to get the bones lined up so I can splint it. Sir began to rummage through my stuff, and it will be better for everyone if she's unconscious for whenever this happens. From the nightstand, he took one of my three magazines, the October 2007 issue of Real Simple. Curling it into his hands, he gave an experimental twist. Even though I had read every word on every page, my heart still sank. When he set it on the bed next to the girl, he he had dug through the clothes in the drawer underneath the tight nightstand. I plucked out a blue turtleneck. The turtleneck I'd been wearing the day he took me, one of my last links to the time before. When he pulled a knife from the shanks on his belt, I bit my lip so I wouldn't protest.
He slid the knife inside of the body of the turtleneck. Stretching the cloth tight round his hand, he pulled until it dimpled and then split. Then he yanked the silver shine of the blade toward him, slicing the fabric. He moved the knife a few inches over and repeating the process, and again and again. The turtleneck had turned into stripes. Finally, he had cut them all free. Now hold her arm tight just below the elbow, and don't let go, even if she's awake. There was not enough room for both of us to be at the bed at the same time, so I crawled around behind the girl, trying not to jostle her. I looked down at her face. Aside from the scrape, her face looked so smooth and soft. A mark. It must be why he had taken her. Sir rolled her on the side so that my knees pressed against her back. As a nod from him, I wrapped my fingers around the middle of her arm. Taking his hand in both of his and his positioned himself so that her arm and body formed a line. Then he pulled. It was down like she had been shocked by a daunted power line. Her body stiffened and then immediately went slack again. He ran his fingers down the broken part of her arm, mostly as a produced bump was gone. But it was like puffy. I can't cast it until the swelling goes down, and that's why it take a few days. He wrapped the magazine around her former arm, then had me hold it in place while he tied it with strips of my turtleneck. Then he turned one of my cardigans into a sling, knotting the sleeve behind the girl's neck, and the whole time he didn't stir. Finally he had finished, pulled back the covers, picking her up. He squeezed her behind the bed in the wall and laid her down. After he straightened up, we both looked at her. Even in the dim light, her color looked bad to me, the smooth skin of her pale and sweaty.
Is she okay? She took a pretty hard hit. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a concussion. Just let her sleep. Careful to not raise my gaze to his face. I risked a question. Isn't that bad, sir? I thought you were supposed to keep someone awake if they had a concussion. Would I get in trouble for talking back? But I most definitely did not want to wake up a dead girl. He sighed. They used to think that, but it depends on the type of concussion. It's complicated. Sleep is good. It will allow her brain to recover. Yes, sir. He moved toward the doorway. When she does wake up, it's going to be your job to teach her how to act. Your job to teach her the rules. I was still silent, distinguishing his demand when he demanded. And what are the rules? His hand moved to the butt of his taser, as if to remind me how I had to learn. Quickly before he could get mad, I blurted out, "Always call you sir to be safe." I quickly added, "Sir, don't mumble," he said. "Go on." "Never look you in the eye." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him nod. "Never talk back," I continued. "Dress attractively. Keep things picked up. Don't make noise."
And he prompted, "Be grateful that you keep us alive, sir." He nodded again. "That's right," he said. "Good girl. It's better that she learns them from you rather than the hard way, don't you think?" As a reminder, he tapped the butt of the taser again before dropping his hand, and then he left me alone with the girl, a girl like the one I had once been 10 months ago.
Chapter 9, Savannah Taylor. Time slowed down as it seemed as if I hung in suspense in midair for long seconds. There was plenty of time to think about how I might be able to land on my feet or launch myself into a forward roll. Plenty of time to observe that I was actually not doing anything, and finally came down to earth. My bound left wrist hit the ground first, taking most of the impact. It became a pivot point around which the rest of my body rotated. The pressure on my left forearm increased and increased until finally I felt something and it just snapped, just above my wrist. Momentum wasn't done with me yet. My arms might have come to a stop when they met the road, but the rest of me was still moving. My feet flew over my head. Somehow I managed to keep my head from hitting the pavement.
It was nothing like the forward roll I had imagined pulling off. Instead, I was slammed flat onto my back, driving all the air from my lungs. Laying on the roadway, I looked up at the distant stars. It felt like the universe had hit the pause button. It felt like I might never breathe again. I was pretty sure I was badly damaged, maybe beyond repair, but I didn't care. I felt curiously detached. And then my lungs spasmed. I took a jagged, involuntary gasp, and the air rushed back in. With it came the pain. I stared at my broken wrist, spread to my ribs in my head, and then suddenly it was everywhere. The pain was as big as the sun, and it swallowed me whole. I was broken. I couldn't fly, I couldn't roll, I couldn't walk, I couldn't even imagine moving. I heard the van screech to stop, and the engine shut off, followed by footsteps. Standing over me, the man blocked out the nearly full moon. He swore. Then he bent down to gather me as I passed.
Chapter 10, Jenny Doubting. Rex's barking woke me. It wasn't just a few woofs, but a vicious volley. At the sound, my stomach crammed in the back of my throat. I remembered what had happened the last time Rex sounded like that. In the dark, I scrambled backwards on the bed until my back was against the wall. My hands flew up to cover my face. Under my palms, I could feel the tender ridges and seams that now crisscrossed my cheeks, nose, and lips. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it might come out of my chest. Yet outside, Sir was yelling, "Zit, splits." Finally, Rex switched to a frustrated whine. I tried to calm my racing heart. I sucked in breath. Rex was outside. Out there. He couldn't hurt me again. Outside there was a rattle. Sir undid the padlock.
A short length of the chain had been bolted on either side of the door, and when he padlocked the ends together, they stopped the door from opening more than a couple of inches. I waited for his footsteps to shake the trailer as he made his way down the hall. Instead, he called for me. "Jenny, get out here. I need your help." I scurried out. In the living room, he was standing half in, half out of the door. I stopped in my tracks. Crowded in his arms was a girl. I hadn't seen another human being in months besides Sir. Her dark brown hair hung over her arms. Her eyes were closed. Ripped duct tape dangled from her wrist. There was a scrape on her left side of the face. I saw a raw patch of blood. What happened? Did Rex bite her? Is she dead? I was too shaken to think about avoiding words with bees. He hated how they sounded when they came out my mouth. I kept my right hand over my face, hiding the worst of my scars. Sir had made it clear he did not want to look at them, at me, and he had taught me to never look at him in the eye. Collecting myself, I added, "Sir?" Stupid thing jumped out of the van while I was moving. Now she's hurt. I need you to help me split her wrist. He took a step inside the trailer. A pack was looped over one shoulder. Close the door behind me. I didn't move. Sir swore, "Rex won't bite you when I'm here. Now close the door before I get really angry." I forced myself to move, keeping both my arms up in front of me, ready to protect my throat, my face, and my belly.
Rex's front paws were on the bottom step. His ears were back. His wet white teeth gleamed as he snarled and growled. My heart leaped in my chest. I yanked the door closed with shaking hands. When I turned around, Sir had disappeared. With the girl into my room, I followed. He had turned on the lights. He laid her on her back across the end of my bed. The girl didn't move. He was taking off her torn teal blue puffer coat. Underneath, she was wearing black exercising pants and a short sleeve green t-shirt with some kind of design on it. The left sleeve of her coat was shredded, revealing puffs of white polyester filling. Gingerly, Sir pulled down the sleeve, turning it inside out in the process. As he eased her left arm free, the girl's upper lip drew up and her eyebrows pulled together, but she didn't wake up. Even I could tell her left wrist was broken. 3 inches above her thumb was a bump, like someone had stuck an egg underneath her skin. I need to get the bones lined up so I can splint it. Sir began to rummage through my stuff, and it would be better for everyone if she's unconscious when this happens. From the nightstand, he took one of my 3 magazines from the October 2007 issue of Real Simple. Curling it in his hand, he gave an experimental twist. Even though I read every word, my heart still sank. When he set it on the bed next to the girl, he dug through the clothes in the drawer underneath the nightstand and plucked out my blue turtleneck. The turtleneck I had been wearing the day he took me. One of my last links to the time before when he pulled the knife from the sheath on his belt. I bit my lip so I wouldn't protest.
He slid the knife inside the body of the turtleneck, stretching the cloth tight with his other hand. He pulled it until it dimpled and split. Then he yanked the silver shine of the blade toward him. Slicing the fabric, he moved the knife a few inches over and repeated the process, and again and again. The turtleneck had been turned into strips. Finally, he cut them all free. Now hold her arm tight just below the elbow, and don't let go if she wakes up. There was not enough room for both of us to be at the end of the bed, so I crawled around and behind the girl, trying not to jostle her. I looked down at her face. Aside from the scrape, her skin looked smooth and soft, unmarked. It must be why he had taken her. Sir rolled her on her side so that my knees pressed against her back. At a nod from him, I wrapped my fingers around the middle of her arm. Taking her hand in both of his, he positioned himself so that her body and arm formed a line. Then he pulled. It was like she had been shocked by a detonated power line. Her body stiffened and then immediately went slack again. He ran his fingers over the broken part of her arm. Most of the pronounced bump was gone, but it was still puffy. I can't cast it until the swelling goes down, and that's going to take a couple of days. He wrapped a magazine around her forearm, then had me hold it in place while he tied it off with strips of my turtleneck.
Then he turned one of my cardigans into a sling, knotting the sleeve behind the girl's neck the whole time she didn't stir. Finally, he was finished. Pulled back the covers. Picking her up, he squeezed between the bed and the wall and laid her down. After he straightened up, we both looked at her. Even in the dim light, her color looked back to me. The smooth skin of her face pale and sweaty. She gonna be okay? She took a pretty hard hit. It wouldn't surprise me if she had a concussion. Just let her sleep. Careful not to raise my gaze, I risked a question. Isn't that bad, sir? I thought you were supposed to keep someone awake if they had a concussion. Would I get in trouble for talking back? But I most definitely did not want to wake up next to a dead girl. He sighed. They used to think that, but it depends on the type of concussion. It's complicated. Sleeping is good. It allows her brain to recover. Yes, sir. He moved towards the doorway. When she does wake up, your job is to teach her how to act. Your job to teach her the rules. As I was still silent, digesting this when he demanded, "And what are the rules?" His hand moved to the butt of his taser as he reminded me how I had learned them. Quickly, before he could get mad, I blurted out, "Always call you sir." To be safe, I quickly added, "Sir." "Don't mumble," he said. "Go on." "Never look you in the eye out of the corner of my own eye."
I saw him nod. Never talk back, I continued. Dress attractively, keep things picked up, don't make noise. And he prompted, be grateful that you keep us alive, sir. He nodded again. That's right, he said. Good girl. It's better that she learns them from you rather than the hard way, don't you think? As a reminder, he tapped the butt of the taser again before dropping his hand, and then he left me alone with a girl like the one I'd once been 10 months ago.
Chapter 11, Michael Diaz. "Miss Taylor," I asked the plump 30-ish woman shifting from foot to foot in the school office. When she nodded, I stuck my hand out. Despite her strong grip, Lorraine Taylor looked ready to fall apart. Dark circles weighted her light eyes. Her brown hair appeared uncombed. Her open coat revealed wrinkled blue scrubs. Tattoos covered her arm and even her hands and neck. I quickly scanned, did not reveal any relation to gangs or prison. Being a school resource officer did not mean that I was glorified security guard. So, as some people thought, I was a sworn Portland police officer covering the Wilson cluster. Wilson High School, the two middle schools, have five elementaries that fed into it. With the younger kids, by and large, it was the parents I needed to concern myself with. The older students got, the more likely it was the ones getting in trouble.
At Wilson, I dealt with theft, assaults, drugs, suicide attempts, every now and then even a student who might be thinking about shooting up the school. And then there was exhausters, community meetings, bike fairs. We were constantly working on a talent show for all the Portland public schools. I did whatever I could to build relationships with students and parents. The irony was that I was close to many kids, just not my own son. But that was a problem for another day, and today a student was missing. I need to talk to you about my daughter Savannah, Miss Taylor began. She never came. I raised my hand, glancing meaningful at the three students in the office. They were all listening, and I knew they would be whispering about it soon as they were back in the hallways. Before lunch period, rumors about Savannah had been flying all over the school. I mentioned Miss Taylor to follow me back into my tiny office. Once we were behind a closed door, I said, I understand your daughter didn't come home last night. I never heard of Savannah Taylor before today, but Wilson was a big school. The secretary had told me that Savannah had transferred in from out of the state. That was so far. She was getting good grades, and this was the first time she had missed school. No, she didn't come home, Miss Taylor blinked rapidly. I was really hoping she might have come to school this morning, but when I called the office, they said she didn't show up. I'm afraid she might have ran away.
I pulled out my notebook, thinking about the many times I've had this conversation with parents over the years. Give it one day, maybe two, and with luck, this would all be over and the girl would be home. Not much worse for wear, but if it wasn't, things would probably get worse for Savannah Taylor. Runaways always had sustained themselves, and typically they had no money or skills at doing so. They would need a place to sleep and need a place to eat. If Savannah had left without her school supplies, transit pass, she needed a way to get around. Even if she was currently couch surfing at a friend's, eventually she would be forced to go someplace else, making herself even more vulnerable to anyone who wants to take advantage of teenage girls. Has she done this before? I asked. Never. A first time runner, one who never skipped school, and a smart girl. Maybe not the kind with street smarts. Does she have a boyfriend or a girlfriend she might be staying with? At this age, a lot of family arguments were about sex or sexual orientation. Miss Taylor shook her head. I don't think she's made a lot of friends yet. Have you tried calling her? She left her phone behind, and can't see who she called or text or anything because it has a passcode and I don't know it. She paused, looked down at the tattoos on her knuckles. They read baby doll. I guess she had a fight with my boyfriend just before she left. Left her phone, fight with a boyfriend. My attention sharpened. Had we just gone from runaway to missing person?
Or even from the runaway victim. Were you not at home when this happened? I was working a wing shift, and Tim, that's our boyfriend. He works days. I guess they had this argument while I was at work. So Tim lives with you. Actually, we live with him. We moved here about 7 months ago. Have he and Savannah argued before? This was the first time. They normally get along fine. As she spoke, she looked away. Had Savannah left because she didn't feel safe? Because it was in no sense home? Or was she being abused? What's Tim's last name? Where does he work? Hickson. And he works at Cellular Audio's shop repair. She hesitated, then in a rush. Does all that really matter? I kept on as if she hadn't protested. How about Savannah's father? Could he be with us? Last night I heard he was living in Texas. Savannah wasn't hasn't had any contact with him since she was 2. She grimaced as her mouth tasted sour, and she knows he's never paid child support. Is there any chance she could be suicidal? New in town, no friends that Mom could name, father figure she wouldn't trust, it wouldn't be complete shock. No, never. But Miss Taylor's breath shook. Tell me more about what happened, I asked. After she and Tim had their argument, my daughter went to kung fu class, but she never came back. And I know she was there because I talked to the administrator this morning.
I blinked. Kung Fu? This is a class taught by Sifu Terry. Daniel loved Sifu Terry. He was always talking about him and about what they learned in class. Some of the moves Daniel showed me, ones I tried to teach before. But of course, it wasn't interesting when your own dad was the instructor. Her eyes widened. How do you know about the school? Because my son Daniel takes that class there too. Her eyes went wide to the nameplate on my desk, and then back to my face. You're Daniel Diaz's father? Yes, something inside me went still, waiting for the rest of it. Sifu told me that he left while they were mopping the floor. Well, who was? My daughter and your son, Savannah and Daniel. The last time anyone saw her, she was with Daniel.
Chapter 12 Jenny Dowd. I got up to use the bathroom. The girl didn't even stir. That worried me, but when I leaned over, her breathing was even. In the hallway, the light falling through the translucent vent covered me and let me know it was late morning. Without a phone, clock, or watch, it was so hard to keep track of time. Every day I made a tick mark on a paper napkin hidden in the back of a cardboard. But since I wasn't sure when I'd started, it didn't really know what day of the week it was, maybe even the month. After I flushed the toilet, I did what I no longer allowed myself to do. I turned on the bathroom light and looked at my face, or what was left of it. I did not let myself blink. I made myself see it. Every inch of red that still showed the marks of being stitched together.
My face was no longer bloody, open horror. It was worse, like a monster. I looked like a monster. Sir had taken out the stitches, but my skin was still angry, grimaced, and swollen, meeting in some places, gapping in the others. My bottom lip had a hole in it now. The ripped edges of my torn left nostril had also refused and knit together. I whistled when I breathed. I drooled all the time. I barely healed gash ran from the edge of my lower eyelid nearly to my chin. A bit higher, I would have lost my eye. When my face turned to a burnt, I realized I was crying. Salty tears slowly leaked from my eyes. With pieces of toilet paper, I dabbed them lightly as I could. The pain was still made me wince. Then, as I flipped the switch down and left, since it was daytime, I decided it was okay to turn off on the lights in the bedroom. I wanted to look at her, check to see if she was okay. Lying on her side, curled around her broken arm in its makeshift splint, the girl didn't stir. Sir had said to let her sleep, and that would help her heal. But wasn't there a point when it was too long? I sat back down on the edge of the bed. The girl's scraped up face slacked her mouth. She was so still. Could she be dead? My fist squeezed my heart, holding my breath. I leaned closer. Her chest was definitely moving. Her hair was darker than mine, but wavier. It smelled so sweet, like apples. I ran out of shampoo months ago, and Sir hadn't bought any more.
Even though I was only an inch away from her face, her breath kept the same rhythm and she didn't move. With trembling fingers, I reached out and gently cupped her left hand, the injured one. She still didn't flinch or react in any way. Her fingers were the same color and temperature as mine. I released her hand. It stayed limp. After these lonely months, here was the girl, plopped down in the middle of my bedroom. It felt like she filled up every square inch of space. She was an alien who had crash landed on planet Jenny. Even asleep, she changed everything. Someone else to look at, someone else to talk to, at least when she woke up. What would she think when she saw me? Would she scream, throw up? The first time I saw myself in a mirror, I had gotten sick, vomited so hard of all the stitches and ripped free. The quilt had fallen away from the top half of her body. Her green short sleeved t shirt read Mo Do Pa. I said the words out loud. I said everything out loud now, just to have someone to talk to. Occasionally, I recorded myself singing and then played it back and sang the harmony. Somehow, these things made me feel less alone. When a faint frown seized her face, I realized I needed to remember how I had behaved out in the real world. I went into the living room. Sir had left the backpack on the couch, so it must be hers. I looked inside. There wasn't much. A wallet, a big library book that said Kung Fu Brew Lee in a black cloth sash that I figured must have something to do with the book. The wallet had $3. A single pocket that fastened with a snap held 2 quarters and a nickel. In the slot for cards there were 3: a library card, a driver's license, and a student ID for Wilson High.
Her name was Savannah Taylor, and she was a sophomore. Maybe it was a good thing Savannah was still asleep. Now that I saw the RV through her eyes. It seemed cluttered and not cleaned at all. Some of it I couldn't help, like the stains on the carpet and built-in chairs, but I could at least straighten up. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I started putting away clothes I had washed earlier in the kitchen sink, even though they weren't quite dry yet. To make things neater, I put things into piles and then balled up paper towels wet in the kitchen sink and began to wipe the cobwebs in the corners. When I first realized that I was stuck here forever, stuck in a space I could cross in 9 pace, I almost went crazy. The silence lay heavy in my ears, no one to talk to, nor nothing to look at. My friends, family, and freedom to go any place in my car, all of it had been taken away as if it had never been. It was like living in a cave with my only sounds to fill the space. I started to sing to myself, but it didn't make any difference. I was all alone, my thoughts pawing at me day after day, night after night. I slept as much as possible. It helped me escape the pain of my face, and it made it so that I could return to the outside world, even just in my dreams. Time folded in on itself and then stretched out endlessly. A day could be the same as an hour, or an hour the same as a day. Some days felt nothing but small, others felt enormous.
The RV shrinking around me, I couldn't turn without knocking over something. Whenever Sir came by, I would tremble with fear, but it was also a strange relief to know that I was not alone in the world. When Savannah woke up, she would have to deal with the same reality I had so many months ago, but at least she wouldn't have to deal with it alone.
Chapter 13, Daniel Diaz. I had never been summoned out of class to go to the office before. It was even weirder that once I got there, the school's secretary said my dad needed to talk to me. My dad and me had kind of an unspoken agreement. At school, we acted like I wasn't his kid and he wasn't my dad. A dark-haired lady with lots of tattoos was sitting in the waiting area. I didn't know her, but something about her was familiar. She seemed to be staring at me, but maybe it was because by now I was also looking at her. I tried to place where I'd seen those blue eyes before. I knocked once on the door to my dad's small office, then pushed it open. Maybe no one else would have noticed, but his normal poker face was showing cracks. It was in the way his eyes turned down at the corners. Now he was pressed his lips together. Something was definitely wrong.
I stopped in the doorway. I wasn't going to take another step until he told me what was up. Did something happen to Mom? My voice broke, but I didn't care. Or Orlando? Orlando was my younger brother. What? No! My dad sounded impatient. They're both fine. He blew air through pursed lips. Just come in and close the door behind you. I did, but I didn't sit down. What's up? I still couldn't read the emotion leaking out of him. Was he mad, scared, or what did it have to do with me? I couldn't think of anything I'd done wrong. Just sit down, Daniel. His tone was impatient. Sit down and tell me what you did last night. Last night, I went to Kung Fu, came home, took a shower, ate dinner, ate some ice cream, did my homework, then played a video game and went to bed. Dad had been at a community meeting, so he hadn't been home for much, if any of that. Having a dad who was a clown meant he might not be there for Kung Fu tournament, a birthday party, or even Christmas morning. Ironically, we saw each other more at school than we did at home. When I was a little kid, it had been cool to have a cop for a dad. I could bring him on career day or even show and tell. Looking at him in his uniform made me feel so much pride. As I got older, it became slightly more complicated. I started noticing much cautious my dad was and how little he trusted anyone but himself. He was always grilling me and Orlando and even my mom. Whenever me and my dad brother made a new friend. The joke was that before we could even think of going over to visit, my dad had to know the full legal name and date of birth of everyone who lived in the house.
All my friends were allowed to go to birthday parties or even the mall by themselves years before me. My dad had taught me a lot of things: not to trust strangers, always to treat a gun like it was loaded, that most people didn't understand what it was like to be a cop. He ruined any TV show or movie with a cop in it, complaining loudly about how wrong they did everything. Because my dad was a cop, people expect me to be either a narc or a rebel, as if weren't anything between. He was the one who got me in kung fu and way back in 3rd grade. He wanted me to know how to defend myself, but lately whenever I talked to Sifu Terry or even Bruce Lee, he looked impatient. Now he said, "Tell me more about what happened at kung fu class." It was just a regular class. We did some grab counters. The whole time he was talking, my anxiety was increasing. "Why? What's wrong?" He jerked his chin in the direction of the door. "That's Savannah Taylor's mom out there. She said Savannah never came home last night and she's not at school today." "What? What?" "But her mom picked her up after class." My dad's thick eyebrow drew together. "The mom couldn't have picked her up. She works a swing shift. Terry told her that you two closed up the dojo together." Did my dad think I was hiding Savannah someplace?
Are you asking if I know where Savannah is? Because I don't. I'm just trying to gather information. What made you think her mom was picking her up? Did you see Savannah getting to a car? I asked if I could walk her home. She said her mom was waiting for her in the upper parking lot. Why would she lie to me about that? Maybe she's meeting someone else up. Does she have a friend she might be with? I thought of the times I know Savannah at lunch, always with a book. I haven't seen her talking with anyone else at school. She just moved here last summer. All I know is that she was upset when she came to class. She looked like she'd been crying, and she said something about a fight with her mom's boyfriend. I think his name is Tim. My dad leaned forward. What did she say about him? I don't exactly remember. Something about Tim said it was stupid for her to take kung fu. I told Tim Savannah's mom about the argument. He said the last time he saw her was when she left for class. Dad tipped his lips with the index finger. Do you think she might have run away rather than go back home? No, I shook my head. Why are you so sure? If she was running away, she would be bothered to go to Kung Fu first. My dad shrugged. Teens can be impulsive. Maybe she started walking home and realized she didn't want to face him. She was upset.
I said slowly, and she definitely did not like that Tim guy. She might have even been afraid of him. My dad considered this. A muscle flexed in his jaw. "Do you think he was hurting her?" The specifics of hurting hung unspoken in the air. I don't know, maybe. Why had I been so focused on myself last night instead of her? The inside of my nose started to sting as I followed things to their logical conclusion. "Dad, do you think he did something to Savannah?"
Chapter 14, Tim Hickson. When the cops, some guy named Dazzy, said, "Your stepdaughter," I stopped him. We were standing outside my work bay. Next to us, a Dodge Ranger hung suspended, waiting for me to figure out what was making the strange noise its owner did not describe in any way that made sense. Savannah was Lohair's daughter. She had nothing to do with me, and that was by her choice. I had tried to be friendly, but she never liked me. Not from the get-to-go. She was always shooting her mom a look or rolling her eyes when I talked, as if I wasn't there. I knew how to recognize disrespect. This girl had no idea how good she had it. Had I ever laid a finger on her? No. Not even when she was just asking for a spanking. And no matter what some people might think, she was too big for that.
You were never too big. Not when you insist on talking back, insist on acting like a spoiled brat. And she was spoiled. I'd even let her have her own room, put my motorcycle outside, and let her and Lorraine paint it this pinky purpley color called violet in the springs. When I was a kid, I slept on the couch, never had my own bedroom, and that didn't hurt me one bit. If anything, it made me stronger. The cops kept badgering me. Why didn't you report your girlfriend's daughter's disappearance right away? What disappearance? She left for that karate class she takes. I knew it was kung fu, but it felt good calling it karate. But she didn't come back. Why didn't you alert her mother at work? Why didn't you call the police? I figured Savannah was just mad at me. But I knew she'd come back eventually. I mean, where else would she go? By the time Lorraine came home, I was already asleep. She didn't say anything. I thought Savannah must have come back this morning. Lorraine had been hysterical, but I wasn't worried. Savannah was probably just being stubborn. That girl didn't even know how lucky she was to be getting a free ride. When I was her age, I was working 36 hours a week at a taco time. I was shift manager and proud of it. A 16-year-old shift manager. And I didn't have any adults to live with. My mom was living with a friend. My stepdad had moved out before she did, which was one way of saying he was in Multnomah County jail awaiting trial.
My little sister was in foster care. My mom had kicked me out for telling the school counselor what my stepdad was doing to my sister. I'm the one who betrayed her, when he was the only dad I'd ever known, and it turned out that nobody was happier and nothing got better. After everything went to hell, I wish I'd kept my mouth shut, but I'd seen how my sister cried and then how she closed herself off. Since I didn't want to go into foster care, I disappeared when the social workers came around. At 16, I had figured out how to make it my own way. If I didn't work enough hours, I didn't eat except for mistakes. And when the owner is watching you like a hawk, you have to be careful about making mistakes on purpose. Something had to give, and what gave was school. But Savannah had to go every day. She'd already had more schooling than me, and she had lots of opinions which she was more than happy to share. You've already admitted that you argued that night. Is there anything else that happened that you want to tell me about, Tim? There was no way they were going to pin this on me. No. The cop shook his head, looking grave. You had a DWI. Only once. It was a mistake, and I took a class. It had been tough not driving, even if it was only for a few weeks. My car was a real classic, a 1980 Camaro. Right now, it was parked in the back lot waiting for the increasingly rare parts it needed to be shipped.
The car had belonged to my stepdad. When he went to prison, he gave it to me. The thing was, I actually liked him. How messed up was that? But he was the closest thing I ever had to a father. He even took me fishing. He showed me how to tie knots, how to cast a line, how to gut the fish, using a knife he handed me. I followed his instructions on how to split open the white belly. I wanted to throw up, but I didn't. I just swallowed hard and pushed the sick feeling back down. I was good at that. I'm ignoring the way the flat silver eye of the fish stared at me, the way of the white flesh resisting, and the parted in the way and then parted, and the way its tail wiggled back and forth as it sawed. as I sobbed. He said it was just from the knife. I kept doing what he said, holding the head between two fingers, sticking the fingers of my other hands into the slit I'd made. It felt like I was putting my fingers into my mouth, and I pulled out the red and pink and white guts and dropped them into the water, and I didn't feel anything. Now the top cop took a step closer. And what about the other arrest, Tim? The one for domestic violence.
Savannah Taylor, Chapter 15. My first conscious thought wasn't made up of words. Instead, I was a silent scream. It felt like I had been echoing inside me for an eternity. I had to move to get up to run, had to get away. I no longer knew from what, just that I would surely die if I didn't. But as I started to push myself upright, pain even stronger than my terror rent me through. I slumped back with a groan. "It's okay," a girl's voice said. A gentle hand patted my shoulder. "You're safe." The events that had brought me from slowly filtered into my memory when I tried to run to the parking lot. I had fallen, hit my head, and passed out, which meant I probably had a concussion, and I hadn't improved things by leaping out of the van while it was moving.
Now my wrist was throbbing, my head pulsed in time with my heart, and my ribs hurt when I took breath. "Where is he?" The words came out slurred. "Where see?" My tongue felt like a piece of leather. "Don't worry," said the girl. I could tell she was sitting next to me on the edge of the bed where I lay under the covers. "It's just you and me, but we should be quiet. He doesn't like noise." Finally, I forced open my heavy eyelids. It was dimly lit room with a double bed filled a small space nearly edge to edge. Short brown curtains covered the windows. Wincing, I slowly turned my head to look the girl in the eyes and shrieked. The girl looked like Frankenstein's monster. If he were a teenage girl, barely healed scars crisscrossed her face. The edges of a torn nostril didn't quite meet, and there was a red hole in the middle of her lower lip. The girl didn't flinch but steadily met my gaze with her blue eyes. Her eyes and her forehead were the only untouched parts of her face. With the back of her hand, she wiped her wet looking chin. "What happened to you?" "A dog bit me." My own face hurt, suddenly fearful. I tried to bring up my hands to touch it. I found my left arm was in my makeshift splint. I frantically ran my hand over my forehead, eyelid, cheeks, nose, and chin. While parts felt scraped and bruised, my features seemed whole. "I'm Jenny," she said as I pawed at my face. "And you're Savannah, right?" Hearing my name come out of a stranger's mouth sent another zap of adrenaline through me. "How do you know my name?"
"Sorry, I went through the well in your backpack." Jenny's straight hair fell past her shoulders. Under a gray cardigan, she was wearing skinny jeans and a tight red sweater with a deep V-neck. She leaned closer. "He took me too." Her whisper was as light as a breath. "We have to get out of here." "But where were we?" My best guess was some tiny shack in the woods, but that still didn't seem quite right. Jenny shook her head. "You need to rest. You're hurt." For an answer, I threw back the covers and pushed myself up with my good hand. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, ignoring how the room tilted when I studied myself on the ivory-colored wall. It felt cool and oddly slick. The wall was made of plastic. I went to the window with Jenny trailing behind me, but when I pushed aside the curtain, all I saw was flat silver. At first I thought it was paint, and then I realized the window had been covered from the window with a shiny plastic tarp. Increasingly lightheaded, I made for the doorway, ignoring Jenny telling me to stop to come back. I staggered down the short hallway when the elbow of my bad arm banged against the wall. Pain turned the edges of my vision white. I passed a tiny bathroom with a half-open folding door. That wasn't a shack, I realized. It was a motorhome. As the space opened with a carpeted living area, Jenny grabbed my shoulder. With a twist, I shook her hand loose. It made for the door in the far wall. Its window was also covered. I grabbed the handle.
Don't open that, Jenny said urgently behind me. I turned the handle and pushed. It started open, revealing a silver sliver of light. Cold air rushed in through the crack. Metal rattled. I was ready to move my foot to step outside when the door's movement abruptly stopped. The gap was only 3 inches wide. In frustration, I bashed the door with my shoulder, ignoring how it set off echoes of pain. But the door refused to budge. Putting my eye into the gap, I caught a glimpse of a heavy metal chain that was preventing it from opening. All the way below it was the dark, muddy ground. Help! Help us! I shouted through the gap. Suddenly, the door vibrated under my palm when something scrabbled and scratched at metal. And in the gap, I saw a dark and terrible eye, a monster's eye with no white at all. I tried to thrust its head in further. Just below my face, a growl filled the room. With a shriek, I pulled back. The dog's mouth snapped open and closed. Black rimmed lips stretched over long white teeth, silvery threads of saliva bound together on the top and bottom canines. Jenny pushed me away with one hand while she wrenched the door closed with the other. Outside, the dog began to bark angrily and urgent. I told you not to do that. She brought her hands to her stitched together face. Her nails were rigid, bitten to the quick. Did Rex bite you?
The adrenaline and fear that had propelled me this far suddenly disappeared. I fell more than sat on the small couch. No. She scurried to the window, bent down, and pressed one eye to it. There was a tiny silver gap at the bottom where the tarp had slipped. If Sor hears Rex, he'll come back, and he'll be so mad he hates noise. We have to get out of here. Even if we got out of here, we wouldn't get past Rex. I already tried to escape months ago. Turning back to me, she gestured at her grim face. And you can see how far that got me. You said this guy took you. When was that? Back in February. But this was December. Jenny had been here for months and months, nearly a year. The feeling of the room in on the edges of my vision dimming crashed back over like a sneaker wave.
Chapter 16 Blake Dad. 2 weeks until Christmas break, Gan said. He handed me a red solo cup. I cannot wait. I nodded as I took the beer. School was mostly torture because it meant staying still, and I was terrible at that, but being home would not be any better. Of the, I headed to the back of the basement and leaned against the wall on the edge of the party, but not really part of it. Thanksgiving had been bad enough, but at least that had been only 4 days. Lately, my mom was either work or sitting silently on the couch, a glass of wine in her hands, staring at nothing. My dad hadn't lived with us since the summer when they argued about buying presents for Jenny's birthday. And whenever I was home, I was hyper aware of Jenny's room lying empty like a rotting cavity hidden deep in the mouth.
I was the one that lived. Did my parents ever get that? Jenny had always been the easy one, pretty, obedient, smart. Now Jenny was gone, and not gone. My mom was sure she was dead. My dad was sure she was alive. And me, I feel like Jenny was stuck, both living and dead, like a cat. My friend Ian, who is way smarter than me, he told me about this guy who had created something that was called a thought experiment. I imagine that you put a cat, a ginger counter, a bottle of hyaluronic acid, and a tiny bit of radioactive material into a steel box. Ginger e counter detect radioactive emission, and the secondary that imagined ginger counter detected with a singular atom detecting it was said to trip a hammer that would shatter the bottle of poison which would kill the cat. So sooner or later in the thought experiment the cat would die. You just didn't know when. Some physics believe that after a while the cat will be simulation, alive and dead, at least until someone opened the steel box to look. Of course, once you looked, the cat would only be alive or dead, not both. Jenny was a cat, but she was still inside the box unobserved, so she was both alive and dead. All around me, kids were laughing and talking, a few people were dancing, and a few more were making out. Ian was walking around with a spring of mistletoe over his head, trying to get girls to kiss him. Just like a cat Just like Jenny, I was here and not here.
Christmas Day would probably be a repeat of Thanksgiving, only worse because it was Christmas. My grandma was again insisting that the whole family get together. She would make food that no one in my immediate family would do more than push around their plates. My uncle would share Bible verses about God's plan and the afterlife, while my aunt laid her hand on his arm and whispered at him to stop. The little girls would run around, high on sugar cookies, while my mom watched them, her face like a mask, looking like if you touched it, she would crack and then crumble into dust. If we followed the pattern laid down by Thanksgiving, my dad allowed home only for the holiday, would talk too much and drink even more than that. Then he and my mom would end up in Jenny's room shouting at each other before he stormed out. My parents weren't divorced yet, but my dad had moved to a ratty apartment building and spent all his free time searching for Jenny. By now, she would have been away in college, probably getting straight A's. The night Jenny disappeared from Island Tan, my mom kept calling her cell after she didn't come home, but my sister didn't pick up. My dad's the one who drove out there and found the place unlocked, all lit up, her car parked in the front. Both the bank deposit and Jenny were gone. Later, the police checked the security footage from the bank, but the ATM cameras didn't reach far enough to show what happened to her, to show who had taken her, or if she had left with someone else.
Our whole life turned upside down. Home became where the craziness was. For weeks, our house was full of people: cops, neighbors, my parents, friends, reporters. At first, having a cop at our house made me feel safe. But it wasn't long before I got tired of them answering our landline, drinking out of our coffee cups, and never ever leaving. I couldn't walk around in the boxers anymore because I might run into a police officer or even a reporter. Once I wandered out into the living room in my pajama bottoms, and my parents were on the couch, lit up by bright lights on black metal strands during an interview for the evening news. Just like with the cops intentionally, it was kind of cool having people I've only seen on TV in my house. They acted like they just wanted to help. They were friendly, sympathetic, but at first went on. The reporters asked awful questions like, did I think Jenny was being sexually abused? Or they ran stories that turned out always different than I thought. I learned there is no such thing as off the record. Eventually, I figured out that their real priority wasn't finding my sister, but getting people to watch their shows. After the first week came and went with no Jenny, my parents told me things had to get back to normal, that I had to go back to school. But things there weren't back to normal either. Some kids acted like having a missing sibling was contagious, and some acted like I was a celebrity. They even asked for my autograph. At home, I felt like a ghost. You would have thought my parents would have been all over me, putting chocolate sauce on my phone, insisting that I called them wherever I went, someplace new.
Instead, they barely seemed to notice me. After Jenny disappeared, I started eating dinner at Ian's house and slept there most nights. Eventually, it was Ian's parents who started getting uncomfortable with how much time I spent there, who started encouraging me to go home. Instead, I just found other people to hang out with. All I wanted to do was drink beer and not talk about Jenny. When I was with my friends, it was all easier not to think about. Not to think about all the times I yelled at Jenny and told her to get out of my room, out of my face, out of my life. And then all of a sudden, she did. She was.
Chapter 17, Savannah Taylor. Outside, the dog was still barking furiously. Trembling, I surveyed the living room/dining room area. In addition to the couch, it also had two swivel chairs, one of which faced a built-in table with a fixed bench on the other side. At the end of the floor-to-ceiling curtain hid was previously the driving area. Everything was made out of polyester and plastic in the same strange shade of flat brown. On the table sat a few magazines and books, as well as an old-fashioned silver boombox, with a half a dozen CDs and cassette tapes stacked next to it. In my rush to get out, I noticed that heaps of plastic boxes and bags mounted to the wall. They made the space feel even more small and cramped. I tried to take slow, deep breaths like Stu Fu had taught us. In Kung Fu, they didn't go very far.
Jenny stood with her arms wrapped around herself. You just better hope that Sir doesn't get mad and come back with the taser to use us On us or the dog? She raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Outside, the dog's bark were gradually slowing down, and I thought back to what happened when the upper parking lot. Before he took me, all of a sudden, all I felt, my muscles tighten up, and I fell over. Is that what happened? Jenny nodded. It shoots out these two darts. If both of them hit you, it makes a current that sends electricity through you and messes up your muscles and nerves so you can't even stand. But he can also press the end of it against you for a direct shock. That is way that way doesn't lock up your muscles. It just hurts like hell, even more than being hit by darts. And longer he holds it against you, the worse it is. Wincing, she rubbed her neck. You don't ever want to make him mad. He must have used those darts on me. I got knocked out when I fell down. That's why he wants you to rest. He said you might have a concussion from hitting your head, but being conscious when he does it is really not an improvement. You can't move. You can't think. She was clearly speaking from experience. With every word, it felt more and more like I was suffocating. Like the walls of this tiny room was closing in. The air smelled of mold and dust, oil and cigarettes. It smelled like the man who had taken me. But did it also smell like Tim?
What's this guy's real name? Is it Tim? Tim Hickson? Jenny shrugged one shoulder. I don't know. He doesn't let me call him anything but sir. And you better always call him sir or he'll tase you too. What does he look like? Blue eyes, balding, bigger than me, older, maybe 40. Every word she said fit Tim. But the excitement disappeared when it built. Because it was also kind of a generic description. If a guy shaved his head, you wouldn't even know what color his hair was, and how many guys had blue eyes and were over 40. The description almost fit Mr. Taekwondo, the guy from class who thought he didn't deserve to be last in line. I didn't know much about him, other than his mood ranged from annoying to angry, and then he punched way too hard whenever he spattered. Had he watched me leave night after night and then decide to upper lot would be a perfect place to take me, but Mr. Taekwondo and Tim weren't the only couple I knew who resembled Jenny's description. A couple of teachers at Wilson looked like that, as well as probably half a dozen random guys I crossed paths with each week. And what about Mr. Frey, the dad whose 5-year-old twins I babysat every couple of weeks? When he paid me, he always stood too close, and when he drove me home, he asked questions that made me uncomfortable. Once he had even asked if I had a boyfriend, which seemed to be a weird question for a married 40-year-old man to ask a 16-year-old girl. I'm trying to figure out if I know him. He came up from behind me. I never saw his face, and I only heard him swear.
Is there anything else distinctive about him? He is an overweight or skinny. Does he have a scar or tattoo? He's the kind of guy who you wouldn't look twice at. Jenny's laugh sounded rusty. You certainly didn't look at him and think he liked to kidnap girls and hold them hostage in motorhomes. She pressed her ruined lips together and then said, So, who's Tim? My mom's current boyfriend. He shaved his head and he's got blue eyes. That's the way you're describing, sir. It sounds like Tim. I remember the range of his eyes when he had accused me of sassing him or talking back. Maybe kidnapping a girl had forced him to call him sir. Was his dream come true? Sir looked like a million guys. Jenny waved one hand dismissively. Suddenly I remembered the conversation I had it only been yesterday at the cafeteria table about a girl who had been kidnapped. Hey, were you working at a tanning salon when you got taken? Her eyes widened. Yeah, Island Tan. I think he thought we were going to a playhouse, that I was going to be his perfect girl. She smiled her torn smile. But then I had to go and spoil everything. What happened? I asked. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with tears as she began to speak.
Jenny Dowd, Chapter 18. My words came in fits and starts as I described that last night to Savannah, the normal night of my life. I try not to think of it very often. It wasn't an island where I live. I'd been in Island Tan's teeny office getting ready to close up when the front door buzz sounded. I groaned in annoyance. I already cleaned all the tanning beds in the spray tan station. I counted the money and put in with a deposit slip with a black zippered bank bag. When I left, I would drop it in the night deposit at the bank next door, but since it wasn't quite 9 o'clock, technically we were still open for business. When I opened the office door, I was surprised to find a middle aged man at the counter. Most of our clients were teenage girls.
But Sir looked boring and safe. That was, if you ever noticed him. He was easy to ignore. Later, after he took me, and I had nothing to do but think, I remember that I'd actually seen him several times before that last day. Seen him, but never paid attention. The car next to mine at Safeway parked along a route I ran almost every day, and I realized he'd come into the tanning salon on busy evening a week early, disappearing before I had a chance to wait on him. He was scanning the walls, and I thought he was looking at the posters, listing our price and specials, maybe getting ready to buy our 10 tans for the price of 8 package for his wife or daughter, so they'd be ready for winter formal or a beach vacation. Now I knew he was really looking one last time for a camera. There wasn't one. Without saying a word, he took something from behind his hand and pointed at me. It looked like a gun from a science fiction movie. Plastic, chunky, black and yellow, and I didn't know whether to be afraid of it. Still, I lifted my hands in the air, feeling like I was play acting. Like this couldn't be real. I already cleaned out the till. So you can have the bank deposit. It's in the office. That's not what I want, he said. As I realized what he meant, my blood turned to ice. I scrambled back to the office and slammed the door closed. Didn't even lock it. In my panic, I couldn't remember. Could I get to my cell phone and call 911 before he hurt me?
And then he pulled the gun's trigger. Immediately, I felt 2 strings, one in my chest and one in my left arm. My head jerked back and my legs stiffened. I didn't remember falling, just laying on the flat gray carpet, the current scrambling my thoughts and nerves. He slipped behind the corner, leaned down, and hit me twice on the head with the side of his gun, which was just as hard, unyielding as a real gun. Later, I learned it was actually a taser. He yanked up my wrists and duct taped them together. Despite his claim that he didn't want the money, he darted into the office and came back with a black deposit bank as well as my purse. Then he yanked me to my feet. Half supporting me, he marched me into the cold night. Only Mojo's Tacos on the far side of the strip mall was open, but when I managed to lower my head on instruction, I didn't see a single person inside. The only car on the side of the lot were my old Mercedes 323 and a dirty windowless white van. When I realized that was where he was taking me, I tried to drag my feet. Come on, he growled. When I still resisted, he pressed the end of the taser against the side of my neck. My muscles didn't spasm, but my pain sucked every other thought from my head. I couldn't even scream, only whimper, but God help me after I willingly scurried into the back of the van, anything to make it stop. As I did, he slapped another piece of duct tape over my mouth. A second later, the rear door closed, and then he got in the back and drove me away. I lay in the back, screaming into the sealed space on my mouth.
I was in no way ready to die, but I feared I would smother because it was harder and harder to breathe through my nose, stuffy from crying. I thought began to loop out of my mind that that might be for the best, because it was clear that nothing good was going to happen to me. Whenever he opened the van door again, I wasn't sure how long we drove. The last bit was slow and rough, like he was maneuvering over broken ground, not a road. Finally, the van stopped. I heard him get out. He was yelling at someone in a hard language I couldn't understand. He sounded angry, and then he opened the van's back door. My eyes just adjusted to the blackness. It was clear night. The stars were holes punched in the sky. A full moon, like a closed eye, hung over the wall of compact cars. The wall of crushed cars wasn't a straight line, but rather a ring surrounding a muddy open space. The space held me, him, the van, a ramshackle house, and an old tan motorhome. The RV's windows were covered by giant silver tarps. There was also a dog, a huge black dog that whispered a growl low in its chest. Sir flung and grumbled. Belt over his shoulder, the dog quieted, but its eyes never left me. Holding my arm, he marched forward toward the motorhome. I turned my head. There was a narrow gap in the wall of smashed cars, a gap he had driven through. Past the gap of rows and rows of junk cars, some so old trees were growing through them. And past all the cars, I caught a glimpse of a chain wire fence.
I threw her in the back of a junkyard, I told Savannah, like a wrecking yard for old cars. And of course, a junkyard needs a junkyard dog. Rex just roams around, probably to stop anyone who might be thinking about stealing parts, but he also stops us from getting out. With her head, Savannah gestured at the door. Rex had finally stopped barking. Is that the same dog who bit you? The one that just tried again? I nodded, remembering how Sir had let go of me so that he could fit a key in a padlock. The lock held the end of the metal chain he bolted to either side of the door. Once he put me inside and fastened the lock, I would not be able to get out. I tried to run before he put it on me, but my wrists were duct taped together. I only made it about 100 yards before Rex got me. He could have killed me, and he almost did. I fell silent, remembering sprinting across the muddy ground toward the gap, not really knowing where I was going, just that I was. And then ahead of me was the dog. He crouched, gathering himself to leap. Time slowed down. His jaws were wide, aimed right at my throat. I tucked my chin. I protected my throat from Rex with the only other thing I had to offer him, my space.
Chapter 19 Bob Down. The young woman curled up in the sleeping bag underneath the overpass, next to a brindled pit bull, had dark hair and pale skin. My breath caught, as it had dozens of times before. Still, I circled around to look at her face. She was young, probably still a teenager, but she wasn't Jenny. She wasn't my daughter. Several feet away, I could smell her. There was a certain smell of homelessness. It's not pee, just living in the same clothes. It's not an unpleasant smell. The girl's eyes flew open, and she pushed herself up on one elbow. The dog bared its teeth at me. I'm just looking for this girl. I held out the flyer with 3 photos of Jenny. 2 were real, and one had been generated by a special software program that showed her with her hair chopped off and her face gaunt.
The police had released it to the media on the 6-month anniversary of her disappearance, figuring that if she was still alive by now, she might look nothing like the smiley, healthy Jenny in the original photos. For a few weeks, I got messages on the Facebook page I set up, even though nothing panned out. I was still comforting. Our daughter hadn't been forgotten. She's about your age. Would Jenny recognize me now? I'd lost 30 pounds. How would I eat if I didn't know if she was fed? My hair was flooded with gray. How could I sleep if she might not be able to? Technically, I still wrote software manuals, but finding Jenny had become my real job. When the police stopped actively searching for her, it felt like my heart was being ripped out. What if she was still out there, hurting in trouble? But in their eyes, she had probably been kidnapped and killed. A few people floated the theory that she had been taking the bank deposit and run, but that didn't explain why she had left her car behind, why her phone hadn't pinged once since that night, but I couldn't give up on her. What if some creep had taken her and then let her go when he got tired of her? Or if she really just stole the money, she might have decided to written her off. Either way, he could have been ashamed to contact us. So every weekend and few weeknights, I search for her. Truck stops, the Greyhound station, malls, parks, strip clubs, homeless shelters, the M-Mark station, under bridges by the river, in front of convenience stores.
I knew what people thought, that I was denying reality. Jenny was gone for good, more than likely dead. That is just a way to stave off pain and grief. But it was far from a blessing to know Jenny was alive, because that meant she was going through something that I couldn't even imagine. At times I even wished that they would find Jenny's body. Maybe then I could have worked toward the closure that the 2 therapists I'd seen talk about. I would have a grave where I could visit my beautiful daughter and mourn. Now, the homeless girl covered the dog's snout with one hand and took a piece of paper out with the other. Missing, Jenny Dowding. It said on the top. It listed the day she went missing, her date of birth, her brown hair, blue eyes, and the scar she had on her knee. Her lack of tattoos. Jenny disappeared had broken open my beliefs about the world and revealed them for lies they were. Lies about how bad things had happened to other people, about how things always turned out okay in the end. The girl in the sleeping bag looked from the flyer to me. Is this your daughter? I nodded, feeling ashamed. When you're a father, you only have one duty, and I failed. I hadn't protected my child. After Jenny disappeared, some people looked at my family with suspicion. How could a girl just vanish so completely? Unless one of us was lying about what happened, and of the 3 of us, it was me. They side-eyed the most. I would have just been just one of the long line of husbands, boyfriends, fathers, and stepfathers who had gone on TV and cried and begged for their missing loved ones to be returned. We all knew those stories had ended up with a sobbing man revealing as the guilty party.
Yeah, I told the girl, have you seen her or anyone that looks like her? In the first few weeks after Jenny disappeared, when the media was still interested in us, people reported seeing her walking in San Francisco Golden Gate Park, shopping at Hot Topic in Omaha. They caught a glimpse of her in a black room of a strip club in Boise. Only it was never her. Or by the time word reached us, it was months or weeks later. Still, I had chased after leads used up by my vacation time. Nearly every day there was a slide that had to be followed up just in case it was real. Jenny could still be somewhere waiting to come home, maybe putting up one flyer, calling one more senator, begging one more reporter to write a story. Maybe that would make a difference. And now I wondered if they would ever be interested in art on the anniversary. How long can a person live on hope? Amy said it wasn't even hope anymore, just stubbornness. I said that people were taking their cuties from us and that if they ever saw us giving up on her, they would too. Amy said that I had never been good at accepting reality, and this was more proof. She believes Jenny must have died the first night. Amy made the choices because otherwise she would go crazy.
But I didn't believe Jenny was dead, just like I didn't believe that our marriage was. Sure, we fought a lot, but yelling at each other and throwing things was an escape valve. When we both looked both on the verge of exploding, then Amy had said one of us had to leave, that she couldn't live with my searching anymore, that she had to move on. So I moved out, but not on. And we hadn't yet filled out the paperwork to get divorced. My apartment complex was filled with single mothers, old people trying to stretch their social security checks, and other men who had suddenly found themselves alone like me. Amy had started volunteering for the In Trevor's Memory. She helped out with other parents whose children were missing, but we were the ones with a missing child. We hadn't been able to help each other. The girl in the sleeping bag looked from one photo of Jenny to the next. Every couple of months, a new story reinforced my beliefs that she was still alive. A girl missing for 3 years, hidden and found in a hidden basement room. A boy who went to the police after his longtime captor took another boy. A girl who swam across the lake after being held captive for months in a ramshackle cabin. When I was a kid, my grandma would make these truly awful jello desserts. Pieces of canned fruit suspended in colored crayon jelly. I felt like that suspense unnatural, unable to move. Sometimes girls I met on the street would claim that they thought they'd seen Jenny at least long enough to get coffee and a hot meal in a restaurant. They couldn't shoo them out because they were now paying customers.
The girl's honest. She looked up and said, I don't think so. I focused on her for a second. She wasn't my daughter, but she was still someone's child. You should go to a shelter. It's not safe out here for you, even with your dog. But I can't go to a shelter because of my dog. I could see the girl mentally cataloging my dirty tennis shoes, my worn jeans to thread at the heels. But if you would give me $5, I hold on this flyer and I'll keep an eye out for Jenny. Even knowing it was probably a lie, I took out my wallet, because what if this girl is the key to finding my daughter?
Chapter 20, Savannah Taylor. Slumped in one of the RV swivel chairs, Jenny told me about the night the man she called Sir had taken her. The whole time she was speaking, her fingertips absently traced the red ridges of her face. So we're in a wreck yard. Yeah, there are lots of junk cars. With the back of her hand, she wiped her glistening chin wet with a leaking spigot. I averted my eyes. My mom's boyfriend's name is Tim Hickson. He's a mechanic. He drives the stupid old 1968 Camaro that's always breaking down. A couple of times he even made us go with him to some nasty old junkyard to see if they had parts he needed. Jenny straightened up. Do you think he's the one who took me? Who took us? It kind of makes sense. At least as much sense as anything does.
He hates if you question him. He calls it disrespectful and talking back, and he goes out at night a lot when my mom's at work. She works swing shift. He never says where he's going. Maybe he's been coming here to see you. This motorhome, the tiny stank couch I was sitting on, the scared girl sitting across from me, my broken wrist splintered with a magazine. It was hard to believe any of it was real. I was trying not to look at her face, but it was impossible not to. Who stitched you up? I asked. Sir did. Whoever he is, he watched Pepper videos on YouTube on his iPhone. Of course, they're about how to do surgery in social collapse, not how to stitch up some girl you're holding hostage, she grimaced. Maybe he had me drink a, before he started, he had me drink a bunch of whiskeys. Almost on the point of passing out. Whiskey? Tim mostly drank beer, but he kept a bottle of whiskey on top of our fridge. As I replayed the rest of what she had said, my stomach did a slow flip. How much would it hurt to have someone sue your face? Almost. He torn lips twisted. Yeah, it probably would have been better if I had. He kept yelling at me to stop moving. He drank a lot too. You could tell the whole thing was really grossing him out. Oh my god, I didn't want to imagine it, but my brain kept showing me pictures anyway. So this guy, was he? My voice trailed off. Has he left you alone? I tried to take a deep breath, but it didn't go anyplace. He uses a taser on me if I don't do what he says. Like he got mad because I kept looking him in the eye, so he shocked me. She twisted back and forth in the swirling chair, and when I didn't want to call him sir, he fixed that in a hurry.
I hated to keep asking, and I knew how cruel it was, but I had to know. It's not really what I meant, I said carefully. Jenny stilled, and I saw that she finally understood. Oh no, even though through all the clothes he had in the closet for me were sexy ones, he hated the way my face looks. He was hoping I'd look better once the scars healed. Everything he read online said it might take as long as a year. But it's been 10 months and it's pretty clear I'm never going to look normal again. She regarded me with something I thought might be pity. I figured that's why he took you. You must be the new one, only with fewer defects. Jenny and I looked alike. I realized blue eyes, pale skin, long dark hair. An icy finger traced my spine as I started at this ruined girl. Forget that. I'm not waiting around here to see what he wants from me. I'm getting out of here. She shook her head. You can't. Just because the front door is chained doesn't mean there's not a way out. It's not like this is Supermax prison. It's a motorhome. Using my good hand, I awkwardly got to my feet, ignoring how it made my head hurt even worse. I pushed aside the brown polyester curtain that led to the driving end of the RV. The windshield and side windows were also covered with silver tarps. The faint light from behind me revealed the deep dash made of fake wood. The driver and passenger seat were shaped like recliners. Any flat surface was piled with stuff.
My pulse was a drum in my ears as I realized to my horror that neither the driver nor the passenger side had a door. The only way in or out was the door in the living room area, the one that had clean cut with Rex on the other side. The windows operated on sliders. I pinched the bar on the driver's side window, but it refused to open. Pressing my cheeks against the cold glass, I saw that a piece of wood had been wedged into the outside truck. On the passenger side, the window was the same. It felt like my throat was closing, like my heart was about to give up. I could only hear my breaths, shallow and fast. I recognized this panically feeling. The first thing it happened, I was 8 and we were in the living room with this guy named Adam and his kid Cameron in Haybro, Nebraska. I'd been retrieving a Monopoly game from the top shelf of the living room closet when suddenly Cameron, who is a year old, closed the door. I heard him giggle as he stuck a dining room chair under the handle, the way people did in movies. No matter how hard I turned the knob or slammed the door with my shoulder against the door, I refused to budge. With the wood on the door on the side of me, the cold coats pressing against the other, I started to feel like I might smother, or that my heart would explode. In less than 5 minutes, I went from shouting, kicking, or pounding to crying and hyperventilating. When Cameron let me out, he took one look at my face and burst into tears himself. Are you all right? Jenny asked. I didn't answer, just moved into the living space.
I pounded one fist experimentally on the window. The blow sounded muffled. On the other side of the door, Rex growled. He seemed close, like his feet were on top step. Jenny winced. There was nothing to break them with. It's not like he left a hammer or a crowbar in here. Suddenly I knew what Bruce Lee would do. Maybe we could try this, I said, moving until I found the right angle. Taking a deep breath, I leaned my upper body to one side while I brought my left knee to my chest, so that I was sitting on my right leg with a stork. As I said this, my left foot shot and hit the window with as much force as I'd ever kick a heavy bag. but it didn't break. It didn't crack. It didn't even bend. I stumbled backward. Jenny reached out her hand to steady me before I fell over. The kick, which had taken every last bit of energy, had accomplished so little that Rex didn't even start barking. He just growled louder. I think all the windows are made of plastic, not glass, Jenny said. After Cameron had locked me in the closet, I couldn't even stand elevators, small rooms, or crowded movie theaters. Even getting stuck in traffic was torture. Those other times were a just product of my imagination. But this RV was just as real as the closet had been. No one was coming to let me out. Once my mom learned about my fight with Tim, she'd probably think I ran away, even if she didn't. No one would know to look for me here. Sir had snatched me from a deserted parking lot. Nobody would be able to connect the dots from me to this place. Jenny had been here for months. That meant we could be here until we were both officially adults, until we're old, until Sir died, and then we did too.
Chapter 21 Jenny Dowd. Listening to Rex's growls was nearly unbearable, but he was safely behind a locked door, while Savannah was in here with me, breathing so fast that it was almost a pant, clearly freaking out. Are you okay? I asked her. Savannah was starting to remind me of a broken doll. Her voice was so soft, I couldn't tell if she was talking to me or herself. I can't be here forever and ever, stuck in this tiny space. She looked toward the door and her voice got strong. When's he coming back? I shrugged one shoulder. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. He wants to put a cast on her arm, but the swelling has to go down before he can do that. He said that it might take a couple of days. She bit her lower lip. It was flawless, red and plump. And how long was I out?
I think I was close to 24 hours. I didn't have a clock or anything. The only way I could tell is by looking at the sky through the vent in the hall. Then I better hurry out and figure out how to get us out of here before he comes back. With Savannah's plan and schemes and refusal to accept reality, she reminded me of me when I first came here, me when I had made the split-second decision to try to escape the first day. When Rex had leaped toward me, I had felt his hot breath wash across me, smelled the stink of it, the fog of something rotten. When he clamped his jaws into my face, I instinctively pulled back. It didn't even hurt, as not at first. The feeling was not much of pain, but the pressure still. I knew I was in terrible trouble. Knew Rex was doing damage, and that if he managed to knock me off my feet, he would surely kill me. Sir was yelling, "Nuts! Yes! Yes!" Finally, he pressed the taser against Rex, holding the trigger to deliver a sustained shock. Dog's jaw instantly loosened. I heard him squeal, then he thrashed in the dirt. Meanwhile, despite my bound wrist, somehow I managed to push myself up on my feet. With my hands holding face together, I was able to stagger forward a single step and then another. My hands were coated with blood, but I still made for the gap. Then Sir grabbed me. The months since I'd been in slow motion nightmare. After they stitched the wound swelled and turned red, inflamed from infection. Fever left me weak and delirious. I slept for days on end.
But even in the depths of it, whenever I was alone and aware, I felt my fingertips everywhere, in case one day after I was gone, the police thought to search the murder home. Sir eventually brought me a bottle of antibiotics with a missing label. He had to lie to a doctor, bought them from someone on the street. Slowly my body recovered, even if my face remained a horror. At first, Sir tried to make me the obedient girl of his twisted dreams, grooming me from the day my scars would finally heal. Now he left me alone for 2 or 3 days at a time. Whenever he did come by with more food or toilet paper, I tried to stay out of sight. But even in the bathroom, I could hear him muttering and swearing about how I was no good to him now, not with my disgusting scars. So while Rex had nearly killed me, he also saved me. But if I went back out there and I tried to escape again, Rex would definitely finish the job, and I thought Sir would let him. Now I grabbed Savannah's chin, her perfect admiring chin, and forced her to warn me. Look at me. This is what happens when you try to get out. It's a miracle I didn't die out there. Sometimes I wish I had. With a twist of her shoulder and a press of her arm, Savannah easily broke my grip and separated. Like kicking the door, it seemed something she might have learned from Bruce Lee book of hers, and her gaze suddenly sharpened. I turned my head to see what she was looking at. She pointed. What about the bed? Made of transparent plastic. It was in the hallway ceiling next to the bathroom, and I could be raised a few inches at the metal arm. On warm days, I could keep it open.
We moved to stand directly under it. I felt the floor dip under my weight. I was standing on a spongy part, the spot that got wet every time it rained hard enough that the vent leaked. The vent was held in place with 6 screws, one on each corner, and then 2 in the middle where there was a divine arm. But I don't have a screwdriver. I searched the motorhome from top to bottom but found nothing I could use against her, and nothing I could use against myself.
Chapter 22, Savannah Taylor. Terrible things had happened to Jenny, but there was no time to pity her. I had to focus on getting out of here before he came back. Still, I tried to sound patient. Come on, there must be something we could use to get it off. Only 6 screws. Maybe if we were able to get the vent off and somehow manage to climb out, we'd just be on top of this thing. Jenny pointed to the ceiling on top of the slippery plastic roof 12 feet above the ground with nothing to cushion us once we would jump or fell off. And even if we managed to get down without breaking an ankle, there's Rex. She put her hand out to her scared face. Her eyes peeped at me through the cracks of her fingers. I know you're scared of the dog. I also knew that was an understatement.
Her voice shook. He's been specially trained to kill people. Remember the dog's long, sharp teeth has as he looked at me through the door gap. I could believe it. Still, I found a flaw in her argument. If Rex is trained to kill people, then why hasn't he killed that guy? Killed her? Because he's the one who trained him. Only in some kind of foreign language like Dutch or German. But even if Rex didn't kill us, he'd start barking, and then Sir would catch us. And he's got a taser and a big knife on his belt. She shivered, her fingertips tracing the red ridges of her face. It's different now, Jenny. There's 2 of us. With 2 of us, we have a real chance. My words were much for myself as they were for her. A chance to get past the dog, a chance to escape, even if Sir hears us. Besides, no matter what happens, we're going to have to deal with him. Inside or out there, whatever he's planning for either of us can't be good. So I was so tired, my whole body ached, and my head felt like something inside of it wanted out. Pressing the heel of my hands against my temples, I ignored the little voices that suggested I needed to lie down again. We can't go out there. Jenny shook her head, her face stubborn and set. We'll die. I took a deep breath and made myself say the truth. Face it, Jenny. All our choices probably end in death. It might have come down to how fast it is, and maybe faster would be better. I couldn't force Jenny to come with me, so I would have to leave her behind while I tried to go for help. If you don't want to go with me, at least help
Get out of here so I can try. It's better if I leave while it's dark. While Sir's asleep and maybe the dog is too. Will you even fit? Ignoring how the room started to spin, I tipped my head back to measure the space with my eyes. The vent was a little more than a foot square. I think I will if I put my hips on the diagonal. I would do it even if I had to strip naked, even if it left gogs in my flesh. When I dropped my gaze back to Jenny, a wave of dizziness rolled over me. With my good hand, I steadied myself on the wall. Her dark eyebrows drew together. Are you okay? I'm fine, I lied. Everything hurt and I was so tired. I forced myself to ask a question that had been circling in my thoughts like a shark. Have there been other girls? I don't think so. And you're the first person I've seen except for Sir in the last 10 months. I guess that counted as good news. If we were the first two girls to get taken, then Sir hadn't had a chance to get good at it. I flipped the switch in the bathroom to get more light, and then stood on the tiptoe for a closer look at the screws. The top of each was marked with two gulls in the shape of a cross. I tried to remember the term. Phillips head screws. And you're sure you don't have a screwdriver? She rolled her eyes. Do you really think you let me have something I could stab him with? Sarcastically, Jenny was better than freaked out Jenny. I'm assuming that means you also don't have a table knife.
What else might fit in the groove? Do you have a dime? Or wait, maybe I have one in my wallet. I don't have one, and neither do you. Seeing my confusion, Jenny elaborated. I looked in her wallet to figure out who you were. Remember, all you have is 2 quarters and a nickel. It's weird to think about how she's gone through my things while I was unconscious. Maybe living like a caterpillar in a jar for the past 10 months had made her forget the concept of privacy. After retrieving my wallet, I still attempted to use the coins I had, but they didn't fit in the slot. Next, I tried to fit my library card into the cross, but the long straight edge is tiny bit too wide. And my Wilson ID card, my driver's license fit, but it was too flimsy. When I tried to turn it, it just flexed. Then my eyes fell on the CD next to the boombox. Maybe one of these would work. With my good hand, I managed to open a CD case from a band I had never heard of. 4 guys with all ridiculously overgrown beards. That she looked sickened. Those are the only CDs I have. Jenny was really strong to get on my nerves. If this works, I'll buy you a million CDs. Besides, you still have the tapes. To demonstrate, I pressed the button on the boombox tape player. Instead of playing some greatest hits from 1985, it came out with a girl's voice, high, pure, companion. The girl was singing about how she was going to fly away on a bright morning when life was over. I pushed the button again to turn it off. I knew that voice. Is that you? I asked. She looked away from me. I'm in choir, or at least I used to be. I record myself, then play the song back. I sing the harmony. Her face colored, flushed the parts that weren't already red. It makes me feel less alone.
Chapter 23. Jenny. Savannah stood directly under the vent, her head tilted back and her good arm straight overhead. Righty tighty, lefty loosey, she tinted as she slowly turned the CD. She finally managed to fit into one of the screws. What are you saying? I asked. Her eyes didn't shift from the point where the CD met the screw. It's how you know which direction to turn. Isn't that just counterclockwise? She made a raspberry sound. That's kind of hard to figure out, especially when it's over your head and not right in front of you. As she spoke, the CD slipped out of the screw slot, squinted, and poked her tongue out in the corner of her mouth, and reset the CD. Slowly, she began to twist the CD. Savannah was so focused without a single doubt. She seemed to think that we were getting out of here easy. Like we could just unscrew the vent, pull it down, climb out, and go. Like there wasn't anything worse waiting for us outside in the dark. What if she was right? What if it had been possible to leave all along and I'd been stupid enough to accept this the whole time?
But what if she was right? What if it had been possible to leave all along, and I'd been stupid enough to accept it this whole time? A crow of triumph interrupted my thought. Yes, after setting aside the CD, Savannah used her fingers to finish the twist out the newly loosened screw. She set it in the bathroom counter. Then, with a grimace, she shook out her arm. Rex was still out there, but Sir was probably asleep. The way Savannah said it, maybe she was even right, that together we could find a way out to get past the dog. After all, my wrists would be duct taped, and if I went with her, there would be two of us. We could still fail. we could still be killed. But her question kept echoing through me. Which was worse, to die or to keep living like this? For the past 10 months, I've been exiting in Superior, hunkered down, telling myself that the most important thing was to supply to survive. Savannah was forcing me to wake up. She picked the CD up again and set the edge of the disc in the new screw. But this time, when she turned it, it didn't budge. She kept twisting, and even the silver plastic flexed and started to bend. Finally, it broke. The snap sound made us both jump. The broken piece fell to the carpet as she turned the CD to an unbroken edge. Now it lacked its earlier rigid.
Each time she tried to twist the screw, it was the disc that gave instead, creating a series of small cracks until finally a big piece broke off. Meanwhile, the screw didn't seem to be moving at all. Maybe try a different screw, I ventured. Without saying anything, Savannah moved on to another screw. Eventually, she was able to loosen it, but her victory came to the expense of the CDs. She piled the increasingly small shards into the next bathroom sink. When Savannah turned to set the second screw next to the first, she strategized that it and nearly lost her balance. Here, let me do it. I held my hand out for the biggest remnant of the CD. You're so tired you can't even stand up. You should lie down for a while. I'm fine. Her face was covered by a light sheen of sweat. You don't look fine. Savannah was starting to remind me of toddlers I babysat. The more tired they got, the more they protest when they're wide awake. My gaze fell on her splintered arm. Her fingers looked like sausages, red and plump. Look at your hand. It's all swollen. Yeah, well, I think we have more important things to worry about than my hand. She made a face, but still handed over the CD shards. Okay, I'll sit down for a second. She leaned against the wall and slid down until her face was even with her knees. She tipped her head forward. It took me a long time to see the piece of CD in the screw. Thoughts crowded my head. If I let Savannah go out there by herself, how would she manage to against Rex with one hand? And meanwhile, I would be all alone.
Could I stand to go back to never having anyone to talk to? It wasn't like staying put would keep me safe. Sir already mad at me for things I couldn't control, like my face not healing. How much angry would he get once he realized I had known what Savannah was doing and done nothing to stop it? The piece of my CD kept slipping out whenever I tried to turn it. My shoulder burned and the pain began to crawl up the side of my cheek. Finally, I found the point where I generated enough force to keep the shard in the slot, and turn. A spark of happiness traced through me as I twisted the plastic, and then it snapped into two pieces, neither of them bigger than an inch across. The sound roused Savannah. She swore, "There has to be something else we can use." She awkwardly pushed herself up to her feet. In the kitchen area, she rattled the cupboard door. "Why won't this open? There's a latch. I guess wouldn't you want all your glasses falling out every time the RV took a turn?" My fingers reached out past hers and pressed down on the plastic hook so the door swung open. "Are you hungry?" She swallowed hard in the sight of food. "SpaghettiOs, canned tuna, and peaches, generic wheat thins, and a jar of peanut butter, as well as a glass of plastic plate." "No," she said shortly. "You should be," I said, and ate. "You should be," I said. "I ate while you were sleeping, but it's been at least 24 hours since you did." With her good hand, she waved away the suggestion. "Please stop talking about food."
She managed to unlatch a single drawer tucked under the counter by herself. It was filled with a jumble of junk, including 2 metal spoons and a spork. She tried to corner of the spoon handle and a screw lock, but they were too big. After putting them back, Savannah looked at me with blurry eyes. "How much longer do we have until the sun comes up?" In the hallway, I squinted at the dark sky. Was it getting any lighter? I don't know, but it does seem like it's been a long time since it got dark. Aimlessly, I pawed through the junk drawer, and then I saw it wedged in the back corner, the metal potato peeler. It barely worked. I taking big chunks of apple or potato along with the skin about what about the rounded tip that was meant to dig up bruises. Could it also dig us out of here? Ignoring the ache in my shoulder from holding the hand above my head for too long, I sat in the screw. The hand peeler was so flimsy it bent in my grip as I twisted it, but eventually I loosened the third screw. Long minutes later, the fourth was free. I was starting to think that it all might actually work. There were only two more.
Chapter 23, Amy, Dad. When I got the phone call about Savannah Taylor, the missing girl, I hadn't thought about Jenny for almost 90 minutes, which was nearly a record, especially on a Saturday. On weekdays at the bank, I could lose myself in the meditation of the day, talking to customers about the houses and cars they were buying, not along as they enumerate of wraparound porches and side curtain airbags. In my desk drawer was a photo of 4-year-old Jenny. She had her arms wrapped around my neck and her head tucked in my shoulder. Looking at the photo hurt, physically hurt. It set off a hollow aching in my chest and stomach, even my arms and legs. But it wasn't the reason I had hid it away. No, I hadn't done it so no one would ask about her. I also changed my nameplate and business cards to my maiden name, even though the divorce wasn't finished yet.
I couldn't deal with the way people looked at me when they saw the name Doyle. The pain was no longer fresh and raw. Now it was like a throb, as constant as the hidden beat of my heart. I always hoped that Jenny would come to me in a dream, but she never did. Bob said she had for him. Why not me? Was she mad that I accepted her death? Over the past 10 months, I gained 20 pounds, eating mindlessly, helped my brain go quiet. As I rhythmically chewed and swallowed until the box or bowl or bag was empty. There was no point in working out and running or a treadmill to nowhere. No matter how I spent my time, I was always a minute farther away from Jenny, and the space between us just kept getting wider. It wasn't like she had fallen through the cracks. Night after night, her disappearance was the lead of the local news and the national news. A pretty white teen from an intact family. The media ate that up. The cops seized dogs, helicopters, psychologists, hyperendosis, and even a psychiatric um,
Psychic.
a sidekick who offers her service for free. They searched creeks and abandoned buildings, questioned known children molesters, staked out Island Tan at the exact time and day Jenny had disappeared, questioning anyone who might have heard or seen something, only they turned up nothing. They lifted hundreds of fingerprints from the tanning shop and one by one ran them through the system.
A few turned out to belong to people with criminal records, mostly girls who had shoplifted, and a sizable percentage belonging to unknown people. It was like Jenny had been teleported into a different dimension. I still laid awake at night trying out different scenarios. Had the dad or boyfriend of a client taken sick notice of her? Or was someone she knew well? Had someone robbed the place then decided to take the only witness as well? Was it even possible that she had run off with money from the register, but her phone never pinged? How far could you get on a couple of $100? At work, I sometimes let myself pretend that she's at school. On weekends, I imagine myself for a few hours that she was at a friend's house. My counselor said all these thoughts, defensive delusion. Pretending was the only way I could summon the energy to draw up contracts or make a simple meal. But there were times the mental game was not so easy. It scared me. Is it normal? I asked the counselor at our last appointment. It's something other people do. There is no normal, she had said. There are only things that allow you to survive. Did Bob still go to counseling? Blake had gone a half a dozen times, then refused to go anymore. The day Jenny went missing was the day our family shattered. As the house stretched into days, then weeks, I shut down. Bob accused me of being cold. Of the two, of us, I'd always been the realistic certainty. I like to imagine that Jenny had fallen and hit her head and forgot who she was.
or that she had been forced to steal the money or perhaps been trafficked and now was too embarrassed to come home. But of course, those things weren't true, so I accepted that our daughter was dead. I wanted to believe that it happened quickly and she hadn't suffered. But that was probably as much as a fantasy as Bob's relief that she was alive and now we need to find her. After Jenny went missing, Blake started spending all his time at his friend's house. At first, because their parents could give him the things we couldn't regular meals, a schedule, adults who were shouting or weeping. But when we tried to resume our lives, Blake still chose to be with his friends as much as possible. I remembered surfacing once to think how strange it was that we had become like distant relatives to our own son, trying to maintain contact with phone calls and regular visits. While Blake found replacement families, I didn't want to keep pretending that we were a real family anymore. It was just too painful, except that once Bob moved out, I didn't feel any better. I had craved silence, and it turned out that being alone in a quiet, empty house was worse. The only pressure I could look forward to was taking a small purple sleeping pill every night. Once I had emptied all those tiny pills into my palm, if my daughter was dead, I wanted to be dead too. Something made me pour them back in the bottle. I didn't even feel human anymore. Most of the other humans I interacted with seemed as stupid as lambs being raised for slaughters, not realizing their days were pointless and would soon end.
The only ones who could reach me were those parents who had survived the death of their child. For a few minutes, I could respect their pain, but even then, I found it didn't last. Yes, your 5-year old might have died from cancer, but at least you'd been here for those last moments. At least you knew what happened. Yes, you might have lost your 12-year-old to a drunk driver, but now you'll be able to go through all the stations: grief, denial, anger, whatever. I was stuck. That's why when I heard about it in Trevor's memory, I knew I had to volunteer. All the volunteers had one thing in common: missing children. Some eventually found, may not. For another mother or father, I could be the person I needed when Jenny was taken from us. And now I would be that person for Laureen Taylor.
Chapter 24 Sir. Rex knew enough not to try to follow me into the RV, but his front paws were on the top step. Ross, I ordered him out. Out! He backed off. His desert battled with his fear. I understood how I felt. After closing the door, I stepped down the supplies I had bought at Mitchell's Craft, including a cheap pair of white satin gloves. I could cut the fingers off one and then slide it up her arm. Then I would dip the plasters of Paris bandages in water and wrap them around the glove. It came to a halt in the bedroom doorway. Even though more than 60 hours had passed, the two girls were nearly just as I left them. The new girl laying on her back under the covers. Jenny was curled up on the comforter facing her, and they both absolutely still, unmoving.
My breath caught in my chest. Could they be dead? A jolt ran down from my head to my heels, but was followed by something unexpected. Relief. I didn't have to figure out what to do about Jenny. With her ruined face, I didn't have to decide if I wanted a second girl. My shoulders loosened. I took a deep breath of the RV's still air, and then Jenny's eyelid fluttered open. I turned on the light. How's my patient? I asked. She's still asleep. Jenny rubbed her eyes and sat up. The new girl didn't even twitch. I squeezed between the bed and the wall and sat next to her. Her splint rested on the top of the comforter. Her fingers were swollen and not red. Not at all condition I hoped for to find them in. Casifying her wrists would have to wait. She lay flat on the pillow, her eyes closed. The left side of her face was scabbed. It looked bad, but of course Jenny's face was much worse, and it would never get any better. The undamaged side was pale, but her cheeks were flushed. Now that I was close, I could hear her fast and shallow breathing. Could she have an infection? Even though the bone broke, the broken bone hadn't pierced the skin, or maybe she had picked up some kind of germ when her face scraped along the roadway. When I laid a hand on her forehead, her skin was cool, but it was also damp, clammy with sweat. A wave of disgust rolled over me. I jerked my hand back, then wiped it on my coveralls. I looked I looked at Jenny.
I, I looked at Jenny. She had been like this the whole time, Savannah, pretty much. I tilted my head. How do you know her name? Jenny gazed, darted at the girl's face. I looked in her wallet. I glanced back at Savannah. Her eyes were still closed, but for some reason I felt like she and Jenny had just exchanged a look. Maybe it had been a mistake putting them together. I could pick this girl up and carry her out of the door right now, walk 100 feet and put her in the other RV I had hauled here a month ago. I had already set it up with clothes and kitchen supplies and everything she might need. All of it brought cash only at the Salem Goodwill. Over an hour away, I hadn't wanted to risk running into someone who knew me, someone who would wonder why I was buying clothes for a teenage girl when I didn't have children, when so far as they knew I didn't even have a girlfriend. The whole time I had worn a baseball cap pulled low over my eyes in case the store had security cameras. It had been exciting getting everything ready for her. It had been like a year ago when I was preparing for Jenny. I still remember the night I had spotted her. She was locking up the door of the island tan late at night, everything dark around her except the light over her beautiful face. I had spent a few weeks figuring out her schedule, finding the best time to take her, and then Jenny had gone and ruined everything. Sure, she was compliant. She called me sir the way I taught her to. She followed all the rules. She trembled every time I entered the RV. All of those were good things.
But I couldn't get past how her face looked. Despite my best efforts, even if I closed my eyes, I couldn't kiss torn lips. I could hear ragged breathing through her gashed nostril. When she wakes up, I reminded Jenny, don't forget to teach her the rules. Jenny nodded like her head like a bobble doll. Yes, sir. I had thought Jenny could make me Savannah, the kind of girl I dreamed of for so long, pretty, compliant, and afraid. But now I wondered, had I made the same mistake twice? And was it too late to fix it?
Chapter 25, Savannah Taylor. It's not Trim, I whispered once I was sure Sir was really gone. It also wasn't Mr. Fryer or Mr. Taekwondo. I had been so anxious that the bottom of my feet and the backs of my knees were still sweating. If you knew that, then you must have opened your eyes, Jenny hissed. What if he caught you? He was looking awfully suspicious. Her ruined mouth twisted, and like he was making some kind of plan. I just peeped at him through my lashes, and you must have looked at him too, I concurred. Normally, all his attention is focused on me. Jenny crawled backward to the end of the bed and then got to her feet. I could only risk it because he was looking at you. See, that's what I've been trying to tell you. The two of us can do anything that one person could never manage by herself.
I was still thinking about Sir. I didn't recognize him, but my mom's boyfriend had made us come with him to Rec Yards a couple of times while he looks for parts for his classic car. We must have been at one of them, but I never really looked at the workers here. He told me that he saw me outside Island Tan and knew that I was meant for him, Jenny said. Although I think he changed his mind about that, she shivered. I was so afraid he'd notice the screws were gone or even decide to check the trash. As I had scrambled under the cupboards, she had swept the screws and improvised tools into the bathroom garbage can. How are we going to escape? We couldn't get out through the vent. The windows were made of something that refused to break, and the door had a chain padlock across it, except whenever he came inside. He had to unlock it. Next time he comes back, we're going to have to hurt him, I said, with more courage than I felt. Sir's words, with his tone voice, and a brief glimpse I'd had of him, he helped me understand why Jenny was so afraid of him. We need to disable him long enough for us to get away. Jenny was already shaking her head. If we try anything, he'll just hurt us. Not if we gang up on him the second he starts to come inside. how my head and body ached. I started to search the RV again, but now I was looking for a weapon. The table and bench were built in wall. The two swivel chairs were bolted down, as was the couch. No freestanding lamps, just lights in the ceiling.
I could try swinging the boombox at his head, but it was made of plastic and the cord of the attached mic looked too short to try to wrap around his neck. When I pressed the tines of the spork into the junk drawer against my skin, they barely made a dent. The end of the potato peeler had been dulled in by our assault on the vet. Could I combine things to make a weapon? Maybe I could embine the lid on the can in a wooden broom handle as I imagined the sharp metal edge slashing his face. I felt both horrified and exhilarated. Do you have a broom or a mop or anything like that? No, just one of these hand vacuums. It's under the sink. No following my thoughts, Jenny added. I try, but it's hard to keep this place clean. Clean gave me another idea. Do you have any spray cleaner? Dish soap, she offered. So much for blinding him with chemicals. What would Bruce Lee do? He was famous for his skill with knuckleheads. To a piece of wood connected by a short chain in movies, fight he could also fight a whole room full of people swinging one end through the air to hit his attackers in the head or crouch. I didn't have any weapon sticks or a chain, but I checked the cupboard again. Do you have a pair of tights? Yeah. Without asking why, Jenny went into the bedroom and returned a pair of fishnet stockings. The sight of them made me shiver as I thought of Sir buying them for her. Clenching the waistband of my teeth, I said, if you make one with your thumb inside like that and then hit him, you might break it.
Just keep your hands open and up. If he tries to grab or punch you, raise your arms just enough to block it with the side of your wrist. I just raised my right hand, prying an imaginary blow while I still kept my forearm at a right angle. Now try to hit me on the right side of my head. Jenny pulled her hand back for a slap. I raised my forearm a few inches and blocked it. Our wrists clashed. Ouch, she rubbed her wrist. That hurts. My Sufu has this saying. I started, but Jenny interrupted. Sufu? Sufu means teacher. My Sufu says you should put hard bones in soft places. Now you try. Put your hands up and block me. She did, and easily blocked my slap. Then right roundhouse I threw. Although I knew her wrist must still be hurting from the clash of our bones, now she wasn't even wincing. I'd been expecting her to have a slightly slumped look most women did when they realized that martial arts was going to involve physical contact and even some actual pain. But Jenny, with her scars, her knowledge of teeth and taser, was more familiar with pain than I was. She was far stronger than she looked. Feeling more confident in her abilities, I continued. A punch is basically like a fast push. Strike with the heel of your hand. Remember hard bones, soft places. So you've got the eyes, the nose. With my good hand, I demonstrated lightly on myself and the neck. If you catch him under the chin and push, he'll have to go where you push.
I ducked into the bedroom and came back with the pillow. Holding the back of the pillow in the center, I lifted it to the head's height off of one side. Pretend this is his face. She grunted as she threw her first strike hard enough that I staggered. Nice, I adjusted my strand to my shoulder, could swing way better to absorb the impact. Don't pull your arm back before you hit him, or he'll know what you're doing. I thought of Danielle, but pushed the thought away. I had to focus. Always keep your elbows in front of your ribs. Now hit some more. As she struck again and again, I grunted each time. That's right. Provide from the feet, use your hips. My shoulder arching, I finally dropped the pillow. That's very good. You move well. A lot of people don't realize that the power of your hands come from your feet and hips. Jenny ducked her head, and I thought she looked proud. I ran track in middle school. That should really help your kicks. A good place to aim for is the ground. Think of making contact with your shoelaces. She kicked in the air with her toe again like a scoop. I nodded. Exactly, just like that. Or kick him in the knee with the bottom of your side of the shoe. With his knee dislocated, he couldn't chase after us. Kicks are good for keeping distance, but if he gets in too close, raise your knee just like you're climbing the stairs and hit him in the ground.
If you lean back, you'll give it more force. Since I didn't have two hands to hold the pillow, I had Jenny practicing both kicks knee strikes in the air. Even if you end up on the ground, you can still kick him, smash his knee and his groin, even his ankle. I thought back to what Sifu had said. Was it just 2 days ago? The main rule was there are no rules. So whatever you do, scratch or bite or grug his eyes. Outside, Rex started barking again. Jenny clutched my arm. He's already coming back. We weren't nearly ready. Should I position myself on the far side of the door where he couldn't see me at first, or on the near side where I could strike as soon as possible? What if I tried to hit him with the can just as Jenny was striking him, and I ended up hurting her? I chose the near side, swinging the can over my shoulder, then it thumped painfully on my lower back. Jenny stood opposite of me, her hands near her face. Her open palms ready to strike him or grab the taser. Sourness spread over the back of my tongue. My pulse slammed in my ears, and we waited for the door to open.
Chapter 26 Daniel Diaz. Yesterday in the school office, another student had overheard Savannah's mom telling my dad about her disappearance. By the time the last bell rang, everyone was talking about Savannah, even people I had sure no idea who she was. I started asking around, hoping to uncover new information. Maybe someone else at school knew her better, was in touch with her, or was giving her a place to crash. Maybe I could pass on the info to my dad, put his and her mom's minds to rest. But no one really knew anything except Nevaeh. She lived 2 doors down from the house Savannah shared with her mom and Tim. Nevaeh said that more than once she heard an angry man yelling inside the house. Just a man shouting, no one yelling back. Since Savannah's home life was so bad, it made sense that she had taken off.
It even explained why she lied to me. Someone else must have been in the upper lot. Someone she had arranged to wait for her, but there were other possible explanations, darker ones. Tim could have lying in wait, lying in wait, and even turned out over the last few months, a couple of girls had gone through slow-moving cars and tailing them for a few blocks. One I'd heard about before, the other was news to me. Last night, I'd lain awake until 4 in the morning, replayed my last conversation with Savannah, looking for clues. This morning, I biked back to our dojo and locked my bike to a street sign. On foot, I started where I had last seen Savannah Thursday night, on the concrete steps that led to the upper parking lot. It had been less than 40 hours since she had turned to look back at me from these very steps, and she had gone to the top, turned the corner, and gone. Where? And why would she have gone someplace without her phone? She had definitely lied about her mom waiting for her. She didn't have friends outside of school or even a secret boyfriend. But if she did, why had it felt almost she said yes to the idea of going to the winter formal with me? Nevaeh had given me Savannah's home address. My plan was to retrace Savannah's steps, or at least my best guess of what they were, what what they would have been. I'd look for clues, and once I got to her house, what then? I remembered how some dark emotion had flickered over the face when she talked about Tim. It was somehow worse that he wasn't even her official stepdad, just her mom's boyfriend.
According to my dad, he had already admitted to Savannah's mom that he had argued with her. Could he have hurt her? At the thought of my hands balled into fists, what would I do if I saw him coming out of the house? Or what about simply knocking on the door and demanding answers? My dad would get mad if I confronted Tim, but I wasn't sure I could leave him alone. At the top of the steps, I turned and looked back. The corner of the building blocked me from seeing the spot where I had been Thursday night, which meant that even if I hung around, I wouldn't have been able to see what happened to Savannah. Once she reached the top, I hadn't been looking for, had I? I had believed that when she said her mom was giving her a ride, and if she had lied about that, maybe she had lied about other things, the way Dad had implied. Lost in thought, I cut through the parking lot, but something nagged at me, something out of the place. Finally, I stopped and turned and scanned the lot, which held a half a dozen cars. Nothing jumped out to me. I was already turning back, already refreshing what I had said to that jerk Trim if I saw him. Then I spotted it. A gray beanie tangled low in the blackberry bushes at the back of the lot. My stomach popped out. No, I thought. No, please, God, I'm not seeing this. I walked over with a shaking hand. I reached out and pulled the hat free from the brambles. Dark strands of hair clung to it, long dark hair just like Savannah. In one spot, about a dozen hairs were clustered together.
As if they had been pulled out during a struggle. In mind's eye, I replayed standing outside with Savannah after class, the way she looked at me. She pulled on her hat, this hat. Something bad had happened here, and I hadn't heard a thing.
Chapter 27, Sir. Carrying a wrench, I started back toward the RV that held Jenny and Savannah. I basically grew up with a wrench in my hand. Before I was born, my dad began his business on an outstretch of land next to a country road. He'd been a shade tree mechanic who sometimes ended up with cars when his customers couldn't pay. He dismantled them and sold their parts, and over time, that became his main lane of business. He bought cars that weren't worth fixing at auctions he bid on abandoned vehicles. Now there were acres of pasture covered with hundreds of cars and trucks. They lay in long, winding rows, many of them twisted and crumbled as they made of paper and not steel. But they contained so much that could slaved and sold. Head and tail lights, batteries, transmissions, radars, catalytic converters, engines, rear view and side view mirrors, unbroken window shields if the car had been rear-ended, bumpers if the car had been T-boned. My dad kept the high-demand parts in a singular box warehouse he built himself. The rest he pulled after a customer placed an order.
My dad was real friendly to his customers, but not to us, his family. We knew his friendliness was just for show, a mask. To us, he was always sir. That sir set a tone, kept us in line, but we didn't appreciate it. My brother moved out senior year of high school, but he's been dead for 2 years now. Cryosis of the liver. My sister got married as soon as she graduated, and I joined the service when I got 18. Back then, I thought my dad was the bad guy. The way he bossed us around, he didn't hesitate to whip off his belt at the first sight of back talk or even a certain look. Now I see that he just had high standards. I spent over 20 years working stateside in the audio pool. Thanks to my dad, I could fix anything. I understood cars in the way I never understood people. I tried dating, but it never went the way I wanted. Every woman would immediately reveal who she was, a whore, a feminist, a yapper, who wanted to tell me what she thought about things. 2 years ago, lifted, I lift failed, and an engine block crushed my dad's chest. My mom said he died the way he wanted to, and then she asked me to come home and run his place. I left the service and stepped into my dad's boots. Literally, it was strange to realize that I was now the same size as him, and I found out that it was good to be your own boss. You could set your own hours and make your own rules, and if people didn't like them, so what? Just as she had with my dad, my mom took care of me. She wasn't like woman now who didn't understand a man was king of his castle.
Women who wanted to pay for dinner but didn't think they owed you anything afterward. I checked out dating websites, but my mom was quick to figure out what was wrong with each potential date. Hardened, trappy, mouthy, too old, raising another man's brats. She said, I need someone like her. My dad had started dating her when he was in his 20s and she was still in middle school. He had shaped her into the woman she was. She didn't see that wasn't exactly possible nowadays, especially when you were 42. But then last year, Mom died. She was not a complainer, but the time she finally went to the doctor, it was too late. The cancer is everywhere. She passed in the hospital less than 2 weeks after her diagnosis. I missed her, of course, but she had also been a break on me. I'd started thinking about a way to get what I wanted, what I needed, what I deserved. But I hadn't been sure my mom would agree with my plans. When she was gone, it was time to come into my own. Driving a variety of cars, I hopped back to life. I start searching, keeping my eyes open for the right girl. The girl I always dreamed of, slender, pale skin, long dark hair, something unveilable in her expression. Once I found the right one, I planned to control everything about her. She wouldn't dress in clothes I gave her. She would be demure and feminine. She would address me only as sir, and she would never talk back. I would create the perfect girl. If Jenny had stayed pretty, maybe she could have been the one. Even so, I had learned a lot from her. It wasn't totally her fault that things had gone wrong, but at the same time, you had to know when to cut your loose.
Then I spotted Savannah. I had first seen her when she came in with her mom and stepdad, dragging along with, well, he picked up some parts for his 1968 Camaro. The whole time I had been talking to him, she had her face in her phone, looking at her scolly expression. I thought how disrespectful she was being, not even bothered to hide her boredom. She needed to be taught a lesson, and I was just the person to do it. Since I had her address, I didn't it hadn't been hard to find her again. I followed her as she walked to kung fu school, cutting away and then a couple of times in case she turned around, but she never did. That night, I parked down the street and picked up my binoculars. Sitting in the darkness, I watched her through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Even though Savannah was the youngest in the class, she held her own. I came back night after night, figuring out her schedule, figure out the best place to take her. I wanted a girl with a little more spunk than Jenny, a spark, who wouldn't just hang her head and say yes sir, no sir, someone who was more challenging. Taming Jenny had been like taming a dog. She was already hot wired to be loyal. This girl, this Savannah, she was a fighter. That was why I picked her. But they didn't say the thing that you drew someone would like ultimately be the thing that pushed you away. Like if you were attracted to a person who always the life of a party animal of a party. But the time the relationship ended, you would be sick of their partying ways. So I had to pick a fighter and that was exactly what I had gotten.
Savannah had followed me in the parking lot. She had jumped out of the van when it was moving, and though she was injured now, as soon as she healed up, she would probably be plotting my dismiss. This morning, looking down at her, wondering if she was really unconscious as Jenny claimed, I realized that I made a huge mistake. I had to just figure out how to fix it without making too much of a mess. Staring at Jenny's face had been disgusting. Trying to kill two girls who didn't want to die would surely be enough for more difficult and bloody. Now, as Rex barked and rained in circles around me, I crawled underneath that RV and found the wire drain plug of the fresh water tank. It had no value. It was easy to undo. And then all the water pooled onto the ground. I didn't even mind when it soaked my knees and my pants. Sometimes you had to do things that you didn't want to, that were a little more unpleasant, that might even seem from an outside perspective wrong. In 4 or 5 days, the girl would be past causing anyone any trouble, past doing anything at all. And I already had the RV I had originally prepared for Savannah, just waiting for a new girl.
Chapter 28, Daniel Diaz. Diaz, my dad barked, even though through the caller idea, he must have seen it was me. He hadn't answered the first time I called, just sent it to voicemail, so I hung up and called back. Hey, Dad, sorry to bother you. My hands were sweating so much, it was hard to hold my phone. My other hand still held Savannah's beanie. Daniel, remember, I've shopped with a cop today. His Fox patient tone sounded like it came through gritted teeth. Shop with a cop gave kids from unprivileged backgrounds gift cards and assigned them a cop buddy so that they could Christmas shop from themselves and their families. I've never been Christmas shopping with my dad. I know, and I'm sorry, I said, only I'm at the dojo and I just found Savannah's hat in the upper parking lot. His tone changed. Tell me no more.
After I explained, he said, I'll be there in 20. Waiting in the parking lot, shivering in the chilly air, I felt hollowed out. The hat was proof that Savannah hadn't run away, that something bad must have happened to her, but no one around to help her. With all the business closed and pedaling away, I kicked a pebble. When it landed, something black and round above it caught my eye. It was attached to the overhand sheltering the entrance of the four businesses that shared a lot, a surveillance camera. If I could see it, it could see me, and if it could see me, then it could have seen Savannah. I walked over. The camera was mounted directly over dentist's office. The hours listed on the door including 10 to 1 on Saturdays. Inside, a half dozen people were sitting in the waiting room. A mom and a boy of about 10 were talking to a middle-aged woman in scrubs seated behind the repairant's desk. I went inside and waited impatiently while the mom consulted her phone, rejecting day after day for a follow-up appointment for her kid. Finally, they settled one, and it was my turn. Checking in, the woman said her name tag read Macy. She clicked on a key on her keyboard. Actually, I wanted to ask if there's your security camera outside. Macy's attention was still on her screen. Yeah, we were having a problem with thefts. Drug addicts were looking at the frame, capture a slice of the dark parking lot. It didn't even reach as far as the back of the blackbird bushes.
After showing my dad how to move the video forward and backward, how to speed it up and slow it down, Macy left. Okay, what time did class end Thursday? Dad asked. 7:30, and then Savannah and I mopped the floor. We probably left the dojo at 7:45. I'll start at 7:30 just to be sure. He said it to run at high speed, which meant every 10 seconds was collapsed into one. While it played, his fingers hovered over the pause button, ready to hit it as soon as we saw something. Only we didn't. The image never changed. A dark, empty space, not even a leaf or a piece of litter blew through. As we watched and waited, I knew I had to bring up what I heard after I left his office. I was asking around the school yesterday. Somebody said that earlier this week, Courtney Smits thought a guy was driving real slow behind her on the way home from school. And about 6 weeks ago, Sarah Rafflin was talking about something similar. What? My dad hit the pause button and turned toward me. Do you think to tell me until now? Do you understand, Daniel? I'm responsible for student safety. And now you're saying you were aware of students in danger and you did not inform me? He was raising his voice, but it still sounded like he was yelling. But I didn't really know, not until now. I only heard what Sarah second-handed, and I didn't learn about what happened to Courtney until yesterday. And you and Sarah, you know Sarah? Courtney is just the same. They both like to be the center of attention, even if that means exaggerating things.
I figured Sarah was probably imagining it. Besides, the two girls weren't even the same. You're sitting there saying that there's an actual girl has gone missing. He made a frustrated growl. That's not for you to say, Daniel. You let me be the judge of things like this. What about the driver? What did Courtney and Sarah say he looked like? I guess they said the windows were all steamed up and they couldn't see inside. About all they could see was that the driver was a man. Shaking his head, my dad turned away and pressed the button again. If you told me back when it happened to Sarah, we might have a lead now. We might have had a name, but we've got nothing. Was my dad right? Should I have run to him with the second or third hand information about Sarah? Even if some guy had been slowing down and looking for girls walking to school, creeping them out, I know that's not a crime. I threw my memory of past conversations back at him. You're always talking about how you need to have something that will productive in a court of law, he swore. Well, now you've gone nothing about those cars and nothing about this tape. I looked where he was at the clock at the video 8:30, a full 45 minutes before Savannah would have came down the stairs. And whatever had happened must have been out of reach of the camera, in the dark, no witness, not even a digital one. Macy stuck her head in the doorway. Any luck?
No, my dad turned back to the computer, ready to turn it off, and then we saw it. 2 feet entered the top corner of the frame, Savannah's. I didn't realize her shoes, but graceful way she moved. Then behind her feet, two more appeared, wearing what looked like work boots, although it was just a guess because the lower leg would cover by dark coveralls. And suddenly Big Feet were right behind Savannah, so close the tip of his boots must have been hitting the heels of her worn Vans. Savannah pivoted, broke away, and ran out of the frame. I gasped when she suddenly fell back into view, her body unnaturally stiff, toppling over like an axe tree. Taser, my dad muttered to himself. For a moment, I saw Savannah's pale face as she landed hard, but her head bouncing. Her hat was already gone. Then she went limp. A man's hand entered the frame and grabbed underneath her arm, and then they dragged Savannah away from the camera's view. A few seconds later, a white van drove past the camera out of lot, and it must have been parked in far corners where the security camera didn't reach. And then I realized that Savannah had to be in the back of the van. My dad slowed down the video, moving the footage back and forth until he found the spot where the license plate was the most visible. Even then, the van was at an angle, so only part of the plate showed, and it wasn't in focus.
My dad finally spoke. Yesterday, I interviewed Tim Hickson, Savannah's mother's boyfriend. He ran his tongue over his front teeth. His face scrunched up as he were tasting something disgusting. He's a mechanic. He dresses like that guy on the tape. Coverall boots. Where do you think he took her? My heart felt like it would be at my chest. Do you think she's still alive? Dad took a flash drive from his pocket and slid it into the computer. I'm going to talk to Mr. Hickson and try to find out, he said as he copied the file. I'd like to hear what he has to say about this.
Chapter 29, Jenny died. When we heard Sir coming back, Savannah and I froze, barely breathing, waiting for the door to open. We measured Sir's progress toward us by Rex barking, and Sir occasionally grunted a command. Savannah's knuckles turned white as I tightened around my fishnet tights, ready to smack the can into his head. I stood with my open hands in front of my face, elbows in, mentally trying to rehearse all the kung fu moves she'd just shown me. While I'd been hitting the pillow, I'd felt confident and strong. Every time I heard Savannah grunt when I landed a blow or watched her stagger backward under my assault, it had given me a false sense of security. But as the moment crept closer when I was going to actually try my moves, I started to realize how ridiculous it was to believe that I could damage Sir. Her, the man who could fill me with fear.
Here, fust plinth, Sir ordered. He sat inches away from me. Suddenly, the metal and plastic wall separating us from him seemed as invisible as cling film. My stomach bottled as I waited for the chain to rattle as he unlocked it. My pulse slammed in my ears. The next sound was the crunch of gravel, but it wasn't on the other side of the door. It came from underneath our feet. I stared into Savannah's wide blue eyes as she puzzled as mine. We were both panting soundlessly through open mouths. I realized I must look at her reflection in a funny house mirror. And then from somewhere under our feet came the rush of water. We were still frozen, too scared to move. And when the sounds reversed, first the water stopped, then the gravel crunched under us, followed by footsteps reducing, a combined by Rex's barkings and Sir commands. What did he do? Savannah demanded in a whisper as Rex's barking faded. Part of me already knew the answer, but I still hoped I was wrong. After putting the glass under the kitchen faucet, I turned the handle. The first second, the water gushed solid water, but then it hissed and it fits, and as the steam came more and more air-filled, and then the glass was only about 3/4 full. The water stopped altogether. When I turned, Savannah took her hand over her mouth. Her eyes told me she understood. I resisted the sudden urge to toss the water at her face. If she hadn't caught Sir's eye, If she hadn't resisted when he took her, maybe he wouldn't have done it. Maybe we wouldn't have had water away.
With shaking hands, I set the glass down on the counter. There's probably still some water in the shower, she said. And I've heard you can drink the water in the toilet tank. And there's milk and orange juice in the fridge. And it wasn't summer, so we weren't sweating as much. But the truth was that none of that would ultimately matter. I shook my head. All this means is going to take a little longer. I sank down on the couch and put my face in my hands. Savannah stayed where she could uselessly can dangle down her back. That's it, isn't it? Your face scarred, and my wrist is broken. Neither of us is what he thought he was getting. I bet he's going to leave the door locked and he won't come back for weeks. He won't come back until he's sure we're dead. How many days could you live without water? Was it 3 weeks without food, but only 3 days without water or something? It might be some other multiple of 30 hours without water. Ever since I'd been taken, I've been afraid that something would happen to start a heart attack or an accident. And because no one knew I was here, I would starve to death in this RV. But I never dreamed that he would actually choose to let me die. I didn't know if Savannah was right about why he was going to do it, but she was right about what eventually going to happen. This trailer would soon become our tomb.
Chapter 30, Lorraine Taylor. When the doorbell rang, I ran to it, hoping it was news about my daughter, about Savannah. Instead, it was a dark-haired woman. Lorraine, I'm Amy. She held out a business card on one side, in Trevor's memory on the other, Amy Dowd, Volunteer Victims Associate. Can I come in and talk to you? She asked. After a second, I stepped back. Was I doing the right thing? And would Tim mind? He's gone into work putting in some overnight shifts. But he said he didn't see the point of sitting around the house if there wasn't anything he could do to find Savannah. Besides, he needed extra money to fix his car. Amy seemed only a few years older than me, but she might as well have been a different species. A show dog next to a mutt. I could tell her black paint suit was expensive and sure hid a few extra way better than my shrinkage scrubs with a drawstring waist.
In Trevor's memory is affiliated with the National Center for Missing or Exploited Children. It was started by the family of Trevor Strider. Maybe you remember him. The feeling of unreality was so great that it was like I was watching myself nod. Anyone alive 20 years ago knew who Trevor Stride was. 6-year-old Trevor had disappeared from his front yard in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He'd never been found. Can I sit down? After I nodded, Amy took Tim's recliner and I sat on the couch. Tim's sweatshirt was thrown over the chair. The coffee table was covered with mail, dirty plates, and open pizza boxes that still had curling slices. I looked for judgment on Amy's face, but all I saw was barely concealed pain. But somehow that was worse. This was the life I had made for myself, for me and my daughter. Anyway, she continued, I'm here to help. If you want. I'm not law enforcement, although I've worked with them many times and they're the ones who notify us. I'm not a counselor, but I've been to counseling and learned a lot from it. I'm mostly just here because I've been in your shoes. My daughter Jenny disappeared nearly a year ago. My words hit me like a blow. What happened? In just a, in a few sentences, she stretched out the story of Jenny's disappearance from the tanning salon. Then she switched topics to what she could do for me. I can assist you in getting the word out, help you deal with the media, set up a website, or whatever else you need.
And I know about resources you can use. There's a print shop downtown that will make missing posters for free, and there's a pharmacy at Portland State that must distribute them as a community service project. This was all going so fast. Just hearing Avery list everything she seemed to think I should be doing overwhelming. I tried to find some thing to hold on to. Wait, your daughter Jenny, did they ever find her? Amy looked at her black bumps with her singles 2-inch heels. No. So you don't know what happened to her? Even though I was sitting on the couch, I felt like I was falling. This time she looked at me. Her eyes were the color of cold ice. No. How do you live with that? My words burst out at me. I won't lie to you. Of course you want your child back. And if you can't have that, then you want a body. Then, when you realize this limbo might go on forever, she raised her empty hand and let it fall. It feels unbearable. Only you have to find a way to live with it. She straightened her shoulders, but it's far too early to be talking about that. What we should be doing is figuring out how to maximize every resource to bring your daughter home. We need as many eyes as possible on looking for Savannah. It was clear that she was a much better mother than I had ever been. The best I could hope to do to follow her lead. Okay.
The first thing to do is make flyers, then get it and put it up all over the metro area. She pulled a silver laptop from her leather bag and set it on her knees. Do you have a recent photo of her? When Officer Diaz sent out one of those "be on lookout for" announcements to all the other cops, he used Savannah's school portrait. It would also be good to have a candidate photo. Ideal, really. Head and shoulders with light color background. But it needs to be sharp. So if you don't have one that's suitable, we'll just go with the one from school. As I scrolled through photos on my phone, I realized there were of Tim and how few of Savannah. Again, shame washed over me. While I searched, Amy asked me questions, gradually reducing my precious daughter to numbers and colors. I found myself telling her what I was never told to Officer Diaz. When I was pregnant with Savannah, I could feel her. Do you know what I mean? I rested my hand on my belly. She stopped typing and almost reluctantly nodded, like this little hum of connection, and I can still feel it. I know she's alive. Amy glanced away, blinked rapidly, then looked back at me again. If that keeps you going, then good, because you're going to need every source of strength you can draw on. She looked back down at her keyboard. Have you found a photo? I held up my phone. What about this one? It was a it was Savannah the night she got her own orange sash. She'd asked someone at her school to take the picture and sent it to me. Amy's eyes widened. My God. What? Jenny's face was more rounded, but she and your daughter, they just look a lot alike. And my daughter disappeared only 7 miles from here. Suddenly it seemed like Jenny's mom and I had something in common after all.
Chapter 31, Savannah Taylor. I stared at the half-empty glass of water Sir was going to let us die of hydration. It was incredibly cruel for us, but not only for him. He wouldn't even have to get his hands dirty. I slumped into one of the swirl chairs. Putting my feet on top of the seat, I sat with my face pressed against my knees. What are you going to do now? Jenny sounded close to tears. Water we couldn't afford to taste. I don't know. I didn't raise my head. My voice was muffled by my legs. I don't think there's anything we can do. Wait. You're actually going to give up? Her tone was a challenge. I didn't raise my head. Everything you said earlier is true. There's no way to get out of here. And even if we could, that dog's out there just waiting for us. And even if we somehow managed to get past the dog, then Sir would hear all the barking, realize we're escaping, and then he'd kill us. My chest tingled, and there was an ache in the back of my throat.
But there's got to be something we can do. Jenny's words started to reach me. Whenever I got stuck, I asked myself what Bruce Lee would do. The question echoed and faded inside me as it went unanswered. That's where I got the idea for putting the can in your tights, because it was kind of like these nunchucks he used. But I don't think even Bruce Lee could get out of here. Bruce Lee, that's the kung fu guy your book is about, right? I nodded, then got up and found the book. It's kind of ironic that the most famous quote is about water. What did he say about it? I sat next to her. Something about how you need it to be like water, because it's formless. He said that if you put water in a cup, it becomes the cup, or if you put it in the bottle, it becomes a bottle. I started to flip through the book looking for the quote. Jenny leaned in.
From photo after photo, Bruce Lee stared back at us. His dark gaze was intense, and his thick black hair looked almost like a wig. The muscles in his arms and abdomen were so defined that he could have posed for a medical textbook. In one picture, he had a parallel red scratch on his cheek, as if a beast had clawed him. In almost every photo, he was unsmiling, and then I turned a page and saw his him grinning up at me.
There was no way to look at me through the photo without smiling back, at least a little. It was hard to believe that he was dead, and he had been for almost 50 years. When did he die, Jenny asked. 1973. The word die reminded me of our homeless predicament. Apparently, I closed the book. Maybe Bruce Lee was saying there are times you have to stop fighting and redeem yourself based on your circumstances. I felt like I had stepped on the railing of a balcony. What do you mean? Jenny's hands twisted in her lap. I leapt. I mean, maybe we should just give up. We tried to get out of here and we failed. Maybe we just have to reduce escape. Why should we creep get to decide how we die? As I spoke, my voice strengthened. If I'm not going to die here no matter what, I'd rather get it over with. I got up and started toward the bathroom. Do you have any medication I could use to overdose? If I was going to do this, it would be best if I was fast and painless. Jenny came over. No, Savannah. She got me up my upper arm, her long fingers like wires. If you kill yourself, then you're laying him one, and you'd be leaving me alone. Just join me then. We'll show him that he can't control us the way he thinks. She shook her head. I can't kill myself. I used to think about it when I first got here, but I couldn't make myself do it. Her voice was rough with emotion. And if you die, then I'll have to be left alone here with your corpse. Do you know how painful that would be?
She whipped drool from her chin. She wiped drool from her chin. There has to be some way to get out of this, RV. And even if we only make it part of the way out, when Rex get us, you're right. It still beats beating the alternative. When she touched my arm, one wants to know what Bruce Lee would do. Because I think I saw your answer. Retrieving the book, she paged through it until she found what she was looking for. I read aloud the quote she pointed at. Defeat is a state of mind. No one is ever defeated until their defeat has been accepted as a reality.
Chapter 32. Lorraine Taylor. I jumped when the doorbell rang. I was offered Diaz with his expression serious. Can I come in, Miss Taylor? I called to tell him about Jenny's resemblance to Savannah, but he had sounded busy and distracted, as if the resemblance didn't matter. Now here he was. By his expression, I could tell he did not come with good news. I wanted to freeze this moment, so that time would never move forward or erase it all, though. Instead, I gestured him inside, introduced him to Amy. He knew about in Trevor's memory. She and I sat on the couch while he took Tim's chair. I found myself reaching for Amy's arm. She squeezed back. Her fingers were warm, like mine were like icicles. Did you find her? My voice sounded strangled. No, but we know what happened Thursday night.
He paused. My heart twisted in my chest. After she left Kung Fu class, Savannah was kidnapped by a man who tasered her and then dragged her into a vehicle, a white van. Each individual word makes sense. Savannah was kidnapped by a man who tasered her. I just couldn't make the words fit together into a coherent sentences. Things like that happen to other people's daughters, women you felt sorry for when you saw them weeping on the news. I finally forced words out of my mouth. Where is she? Is she okay? Who did it? How do you know what happened? There is surveillance video from the parking lot above the Kung Fu school, but unfortunately it does not answer many questions. He held out his hand. On his palm was a flash drive. Do you have a computer we could watch this on? I've got my laptop, Amy said. He sat between us on the couch and played the section of video for us. It only lasted a few seconds. Savannah's feet, a man's feet behind her, Savannah toppling like a tree, a man's hand grabbing her. At the end, what looked like a van driving past, I sat frozen while he played it again, explaining how the stiff way Savannah fell made him believe that she had been tasered. The third time through. Officer Diaz hit pause button in the middle. I want to ask you something, Lorraine. Okay. It was hard to force the word past the lump in my throat. Do the do those boots and coveralls look familiar?
The parking lot was dark, the video was blurry, they were far away still. Do you think they might belong to Mr. Hickson? I wanted to deny what we were all saying. I don't know, but this looks like what he wears to work. There's something I haven't told you, Lorraine. Now I really didn't want to know. Yes, I made myself ask. Before I came here, another officer and I attempted to question Mr. Hickson about what we saw on this tape. Dizziness washed over me. I had brought Savannah here, my daughter. What did he say? Officer Diaz pressed his lips together before he spoke. It did not go well. Mr. Hickson was uncooperative and belligerent. He accused us of trying to pin it on him, but he was also saying something about it's impossible to know how people are really capable of. He ended up throwing a punch at the other officer. Right now, he's in jail, charged with assault. That doesn't sound like Tim, I whispered, only it did sound like him. But what about the white van? That's not his. He drives a 68 Camry, but it's not working right now. He's a mechanic, right? It's the parts, I say, misunderstanding what he was saying. They're hard to get. Does he have access to vehicles customers leave at the shop? I guess he would. Has he showed any unusual interest in your daughter?
Bitterness coated the back of my tongue. I didn't think it was possible, but things had just gotten worse. No, was that really true? She and Tim were home alone together every night while I was at work, and Savannah had made no secret of not liking him. I thought it was just because he was rough around the edges. Officer Diaz continued. Did you know Mr. Hickson was arrested once for domestic violence? What? 15 months ago, he was arrested for assaulting a woman who was also occupied this residence. But rather than cooperating with the DA, she moved away. He paused. At least that's what we thought happened at the time. We are currently having trouble locating her. Slowly I filled in what he was saying. Had Tim done something to his last girlfriend to prevent her from testifying? I remember how he'd apologized when he saw the marks on my wrist, how he kissed them, but he was the one who had made them. Who was he really? Does Mr. Hickson own a taser? Officer Diaz's voice seemed like it was coming from far away. Not that I know of, but what did I really know? I was starting to think nothing. Do you mind if we look around, see if we can find anything? No, a voice inside me was shouting that I was responsible for this. Go ahead. Is there any area in the house that's off limits to you? Officer Diaz, uh, as asked if as he got his cell phone out, or where he's told you not to go.
A chill ran over my skin. I shook my head. 10 minutes later, there were three more officers arrived and joined Officer Diaz in searching my house. Amy sat with me on the couch, which became an island of calm in a sea movement. Not knowing what else to do, I played the video over and over. Were those Tim's boots? Tim's hands roughly grabbed over Savannah's arms. I realized Amy was shaking, almost imperceptible, trembling. We exchanged a look. She was thinking what I was, that Tim could have taken both Savannah and Jenny. When Amy pressed the button to watch the video one more time, I got up to see the bathroom. All the outlets and vents covers had been taken off. Are you looking for drugs? I asked one of the new officers, a woman who was in the bedroom in the hall. No, ma'am. Was I imagining the judgment on her face? Were we looking for hidden cameras? Hidden cameras. I realized who they thought Tim might actually have been filming. I tried to keep my voice steady. And did you find any? So far, not so far. I closed and locked the bathroom door. I barely made it to the toilet in time to be sick. How could I have been so blind? What had Tim done to Savannah? 10 minutes later, when someone tapped on the bathroom door, I had thrown up so much that was coming out was Yellow Bill. Lorraine, it was Amory. I had only met her a few hours ago, but now she knew more about me and messed up life than anyone.
I was too paralyzed with fear and guilt to feel shame. How could she even stand to talk to me, the woman who had been obviously living with Tim for months? Lorraine, can you come out here for a second? Daniel Diaz, Detective Diaz wants to talk to you. I flushed the toilet, rinsed out my mouth, and unlocked the door. Amy didn't say anything, just took my arm as we walked down the hall.
I felt like a prisoner being led to the electric chair had they found Savannah's body, but the reason was laid out on the dining room table. Two handguns, an assault rifle, all of them dead, flat black. Did you know that Mr. Hickson had these? Detective Diaz asked.
Chapter 33 Savannah Taylor. Jenny was right. Even if our station seemed impossible, it was wrong to embrace death. So what would Bruce Lee do if he were the one stuck in the motorhome? If I had learned one thing about him, it was that he was always seeing things from a different angle. Unlike Sir, he had disdained regular rules. Something about the idea nagged me. I leaned toward Jenny. What are the stupid rules for Sir again? She took a deep breath and rattled them off. Always call him Sir. Never look him in the eye. Dress attractively. Keep things picked up. Don't make noise. And be grateful that he keeps you alive. Only he's the one who's breaking the last rule. I got up and started pacing. This space was so small, I was almost walking in circles. Maybe we need a break all the other ones. What would happen if we did the exact opposite of them? She tilted her head. What do you mean?
Take the one about not making noise. What if we open the door and go as far as it goes and start yelling? Then Rex would start barking, and if Sir came back to tell us to be quiet, we could attack him. An even better idea bloomed. Or wait a minute. Technically, this is a vehicle, right? Which means it has a horn. What if we start honking it? Jenny's broken mouth smiled. Oh, Sir wouldn't like that. Not at all. He get nervous someone would hear and start asking questions. Her expression changed, but couldn't he just cut a wire or something? Like how he went underneath and opened the water valve? I don't I don't think he could open the hood without releasing a latch, and to do that he'd have to come inside and pull a lever or something under the dash. I leaned over and grabbed up the tights and spaghetti nunchucks. Once he unlocks the chain, I'll hit him and with the can, just like we planned, and then run for the fence. Jenny hand rose to her scars. What about Rex? Another piece of the plan fell into place. Then we'll start making noise. Rex will start barking, right? And when Sir yells at Rex, we can listen to the commands and then use them ourselves after we escape. But Rex will know we're not Sir. If that doesn't work, we can always hit Rex with the cans too. I actually felt worse contemplating hurting the dog than I did the man.
Rex moved so fast that Jenny winced. What if you miss? An answer hovered over out of reach until I thought back to the rules. Instead of dressing attractively, we'll put all of our clothes, wear them up. The way if Rex tries to buy us, he'll just get cloth instead of skin. That might work, she looked at my sling. But how are you going to put layers over that? In my excitement, I'd forgotten about it. I'll take off the sling, but not the splint. Do you have some sweaters or something that would scratch over it? I figured the manager would protect my forearm. Jenny began pulling clothes out of boxes and plastic bags and from the tiny closet and along the walls. Some were simply impractical, like short shirts and skirts. The rest laid on the bed, making piles of tops and bottoms that went from smallest to largest, trying to figure out which order to put them on and who would wear what. She ended up in 2 pairs of leggings topped with a pair of pants. I could only fit a single pair of leggings under my pants. It was easier to layer tops. With my splint, I was able to get into 3, while Jenny wore 5. On a final layer, I managed to squeeze into my shred puffer coat. Jenny didn't even have a coat, just a pink and white kimono. We both looked lumpy and misshapen, like we were going to do a crazy costume party. We should do something more about your neck, I said, gesturing. I still have the comfy shirt and the remains of my jacket to provide some protection, but all of the clothes he bought for her had deep V-necks. We'd both tied towels around our necks, but a single layer didn't seem like enough. I snapped my fingers. Bruce Lee!
There's another saying, she asked. No, I mean the actual book. It was heavy, oversized paperback, and I handed it. Try stick it down your front, shove it down the layers of shirts and sweaters, and held it up by her bra. It shielded the top of Jenny's chest and most of her throat. Jenny looked around the RV, now strewn with stuff. Well, we've certain broken some rules about keeping things picked up. She managed to smile. My eyes fell back on her plastic boombox. Wait, what if we use the boombox to record his commands, then play them back after we escape? Rex might believe it's her. At the very least, it should slow him down. We spent a half an hour experimenting. I stood at the driving end of the RV while Jenny stationed herself inside the bedroom door and held up the silver plastic mic. Even when I switched from a half shout to my normal voice, the attached microphone still did a good job of recording my words. Finally, we turned off all the lights and took our stations. I was standing at one side of the door while Jenny was sitting in the driver's seat. Ready? I said.
Chapter 34, Savannah Taylor. Instead of answering when I asked if she was ready, Jenny just pressed the horn. It was so loud I heard my ears. She leaned on over and over. Blap, blap, blap. Then she switched to a pattern. Bleep, blop, blop, bleep, blop, 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 bleep, bleep, blop. 3 short beeps and then 3 long blops. 3 short bleeps, then applause. Then she repeated it. I recognized the pattern, SOS in Morse code. Soon Rex was adding to the noise of the horn, barking so fiercely it sounded like one of the continuous sounds. A few seconds later, his nails scarped the metal steps. I pressed my eye on the crack where the tarp had lifted. It was dark outside than it had been for a while. I'd been in this RV for 48 hours and it already felt like an eternity. I couldn't yet see Sir, but finally, in between beeps, I heard his shouts. He's coming. Holding the mic, the boombox.
Jenny scrambled into position next to me. With my splint, I was holding the improvised nunchucks against my body. After pushing open the door as far as it would go, I grabbed the end of the tights of my fist. As the door started to move, Rex's barking reached a crescendo. His thrust and he thrust his muzzle into the gap between the door and the frame. Behind me, Jenny shrieked, but I didn't budge. Rex fruitfully snapped his jaw just a couple inches from my thigh. Despite the cold air, sweat broke out under my arms and traced my spine. Sir was coming closer, shouting, "Hurst, Foots." I prayed that the recorder was catching every word. At the sound of his master's voice, Rex didn't stop barking, but he did when he pulled his head back. When I spotted Sir through the gap in the door, I whispered, "Now," to Jenny, and we didn't need him guessing what we were trying to do. The recorder landed behind the couch with a muffled thump. Suddenly, Sir was the one with his face in the gap, only much higher than Rex's had been. His breath stank of alcohol. "You know the rule about making noise." "Sorry," Jenny said without adding Sir. His voice shook as she broke 2 rules at once because she was looking him directly in the eyes. "But we need to talk." "Not right now." "We don't? You girls need to be quiet and go to bed. It's late and I'm tired. We can talk in the morning." We're not going to be quiet," I countered. "Not when you're leaving us here to die. Listen, girls, don't you ever tell me what to do. Sir's hand holding the taser shot through the gap. He pressed the end against the hand towel tied around my neck.
The air filled with a quick snapping sound. The towel, it turned out with no protection at all. The pain was horrible. When I tried to pull away, Jenny was so close that I just stumbled against her. Desperately, I swung the can over my head as hard as I could and down through the gap. A grump exploded through Sir when it thumped against his back, but he kept pressing the taser to my neck. I felt the end of the tight sliding through my fingers, the weight of it yanking it out of my grasp. But I could only think about the pain, not my lost weapon. Out of the corner of my left eye, I saw a blur as Jenny smashed the heel of her hand through the gap into the center of Sir's face. She caught him just under the nose, driving him back. Sir let out a shriek. The taser came back away from my throat, and when he fell backward on top of the step, he landed with a curse, and then in less than a second, he scrambled back to his feet. It didn't seem like we had done any damage, but the hunk chunk was gone. Go ahead, he yelled, make all the noise you want. This time of night, there's no one to hear you, and if you haven't figured out yet to be quiet by the morning, I'll make you be quiet. And then he left, and we were still behind the chained and padlocked door.
Chapter 35 Jenny died. After Sir stormed off, Savannah closed the door and turned on the lights. Both of us squinted against the sudden brightness. She sagged on the couch, her fingers massaging her neck. Even though our plans hadn't worked, I felt oddly powerful. I had talked back to Sir. Not only that, I had hit him. When I felt his nose shift under my palm, it had unleashed a feeling of savage glee. Savannah's eyes looked wet. What do we need now? She asked. Should we wait until morning and then honk the horn again? Starting to shake from adrenaline. I remember his threats. But what if he comes back with the gun? I moved into the hall. We got so close with the vent. Maybe there's still a way to get it loose. I jumped up and grabbed the metal crossbar above me. The vent let out a groan.
Was it possible to simply yank the screws loose? Fueled by a surge of excitement, I braced my feet on one wall and pulled back so hard my arms trembled, but the vent didn't shift or make any more noise. Savannah joined me, jumping up and grabbing the bar with her one good hand, but even our combination weight did nothing. Finally, we both let go, landing on the floor with a hollow thud. Her eyes got bigger. What's under there? She asked, bouncing her toes. What do you mean? That's the floor. I know that, but what's under the floor? It sounds like there's some kind of open space underneath. Her face lit up. I'll bet there is, like where ground house buses store the luggage. If we could get down inside it, we might be able to get out. Hope flared and just as quickly died. Even if there is a space, we don't have a saw or something to cut through the floor to get to it, but the floor feels soggy, like it's rotten. She kept bouncing. I followed her example. She was right. That section of the floor felt squishy. I had noticed it before, and then each time probably forgot, ignoring it the way I ignored the rest of the circumstances. Every time it rains hard, water leaks through the vent. Savannah dropped to her knees. Let's check it out. Together we plucked and pulled at the brown carpet. Trying to loosen it, I broke my nail past the quick in the process, but I didn't care. We finally managed to yank it back without ripping a sound, releasing the flusty smell of mold.
Savannah was right. Under the vent was a particular floorboard. It was black and rotting. I grabbed one of the spoons and sporks, and together Savannah and I attacked the rotten wood. Side by side, our knees. It was like digging through a quarter-inch of wet, slimy, slippery dirt. The smell of mildew clogged my nose. We started to use the handles of our utensils like pry bars, lifting up crumpled chunks of wood. Underneath the layer of rotten particle board was something white. As we uncovered more of it, I realized it was a layer of styrofoam and a couple of feet wide with metal brace on the edge. After we had exposed about the 2 foot length, we gouged at it, wincing at the squeak and sounds of the styrofoam made. There had to be a faster way. I got to my feet, took a deep breath, and stomped down with my right foot punching a hole straight through the styrofoam. I tumbled forward as my foot dropped 2 feet before finally landing on something solid. Savannah backed up, took a running leap, then landed with both feet right beside me. With a high-pitched squeal, an entire panel of styrofoam gave way. We fell in a tangled heap, and then we were laughing, and trying to be quiet. I hadn't laughed about anything in 10 months.
Chapter 36, Daniel Diaz. I left the dentist's office before my dad did. He had to document everything we found before. Before I left, Macy surprised me with an awkward hug. As I was biking home, the memories of what I'd seen on the surveillance camera repeated themselves over and over. Savannah being tased, hitting her head, and then being dragged away. The van rushing past and disappearing. What had the guy, Tim, done to her? Where was she? Was she even alive? My stomach was in knots. When I got home, the house was quiet. Orlando was at my friend's house. My mom was curled up on the couch reading a book, so it was easy to walk past her while only exchanging a few words. Easier than explaining what was really happening. I was starting to see why my dad never shared things.
But once I was in my room, I couldn't stand being alone with my thoughts. I started texting friends, asking if they knew of any other girls who had been followed. I also started thinking about what happened in the extra hour before Savannah showed up on the camera. It seemed like a clue, if only I could figure out what it meant. And what about the van? If we could find it, we could find Savannah. I was pretty sure the first 3 digits on the license plate had been SVT. Organ license plates were a series of 3 numbers followed by a space, then 3 letters. Years ago, it had been reversed: 3 letters followed by 3 numbers. So while the surveillance camera had shown the SVT, a space and only part of the camera came next. But I knew they would have been numbers, which meant there would be 999 possible vehicles, 1,000 because there must have been also an SVT000. But the next digit had looked like it had a straight line and the top trace. Tracing numbers in the air, I realized that only a 5 and a 7 had that line. That left only 200 possibilities, maybe even a lot less. First of all, how many vehicles were white vans? And second, a plate that started with SVT had to be really old. My mom's car was 7 years old, and even it started with 3 numbers. It ended with 3 letters. It had been a long time since plates had started with letters. So how many white vans were still on the road after 15 or 20 years? A couple of hours later, when I heard my dad's car pull up in the driveway, I pushed myself off the bed. Part of me was afraid to hear whatever he would say.
I started forward to the living room, but he met me in the hall. His face was etched with wariness. What happened? I said before he said anything. Did you find Savannah? He raised one hand. If I tell you, it's for your ears only, not to be shared with anyone. I nodded. I understand. I won't. Did my dad think I was a little kid? Myself and another officer went to speak to Mr. Hickson at work. He claimed he didn't know what happened to Savannah and that he didn't have a white van. He also became belligerent and threw a wild punch. My dad pinched the bridge of his nose. But the most important thing is that he was wearing coveralls and work boots, just like the guy in the video. What happened to him? He has been charged with assault. He was previously arrested for domestic violence, but the charges were dropped after the victim moved away. After he was taken to jail, I showed Miss Taylor the video. She was pretty sure it was Tim. Then she gave us permission to search the house. My dad paused, then looked me in the eye. We found 3 guns he's hidden. A picture of Savannah shot to death sprang into my head, but I punched it away. Did you find the taser? Not yet. Maybe if we could figure out where Savannah was for that hour-long gap on the surveillance footage, it would help us figure out what happened to her.
He waved a hand. Oh, it's not really a gap. I checked. It's just the camera was still set on daylight savings time. Why hadn't I thought of that? So the white van in the video was his, I asked. Tim's only car is a 1968 Camaro, which is currently out of commission. So he doesn't own a white van, but he doesn't have access to any vehicles left at the shop overnight. No, or longer. We're checking on the shop records, but it's only going to take time. It's even possible that he secretly had keys made for vehicles, but if that's his MO, it explains why Courtney and Zara reported being followed after being followed by different cars. He held out my phone. I've been texting people all day, so what happened to more than just Courtney and Zara? There are a couple girls in the middle school too. There's like a total of 5, but cars sound like they're all different. They only had one thing in common. They were all old beaters. Old beaters have to get fixed too, my dad said. And eyewitness testimony is not notoriously wrong. I've had people swear up and down it's white, it's black, literally. But what if this Tim guy is telling the truth? What if a different person in that van? Either way, you couldn't figure out who it belongs to if you worked for the license plate backward through the DMV records. It worked. It started with either SVT5 or SVT7. How many white vans could there be with that plate sequence on the road? Can you look it up? My dad shrugged. Color is non-issue. Daniel records never include the color of the vehicle since the cars can get repainted and there isn't even a standard set of colors.
One manufacturer's bag is another champagne. A license plate is associated with both an owner and a vehicle, and either one of those could change. The car could be sold and the license plate transferred to a new owner. Or, as I believed happened in this case, the plate itself could be transferred to a different vehicle, because I did not know checking. And way back when, there was a 1980 Chevy van that had a plate that started with a Survey Victor Tango 7. Really? I felt a spark of hope. He shook his head. But it was surveillance 6 years ago. Surveillance, I echoed. What does that mean? It was an accident, and the insurance declared it a total loss. It ended up at All Audio's junkyard. People have probably been picking it clean ever since. Miss Taylor said Mr. Hickson went to junkyards looking for parts for his Camaro. He must have taken the plates at the same time, and then he switched them out on a customer's van. He was probably worried about what did end up happening. The plates will end up being caught by a random surveillance camera, he said. Maybe Hickson will fill us in on how it all worked. But first we need him to tell us what he did with Savannah, and right now he's refusing to even admit he's involved.
Chapter 37, Savannah Taylor. Jenny and I were sitting on the edge of the rectangular we had opened. The lights from the other room did not reach very far into the area we had just uncovered. Under the hall floor, I leaned down and squinted in the shallow shadows. The space between the main floor and the bottom of the RV was about 2 feet tall. It seemed mostly empty, holding just a few scattered boxes as well as some wiring pipes. I'm going to see if we can get out through here. I told Jenny, be careful. What if you open the luggage drawer and Rex is on the other side? I got up and took a wooden spoon from the drunk drawer. Then I'll poke him in the eye with this. I tucked in the back of my pants, stuck my leg over the side of the hole, and wriggled under the floor, which was now my ceiling. There wasn't enough room to get to my hands and knees.
Ignoring the grating of my broken wrist and the ceiling scraping along my back, I started an army crawl on my forearms toward the side of the RV. The air was stale and fusty. I separated a sneeze, wondering how it was possible for dust to accumulate in an enclosed space. A second later, all the familiar horrible feelings of claustrophobia began to cascade over me. My palms started to sweat. A zapping sensation ran down my spine. My chest was getting tighter and tighter. Before I'd been locked in this RV, my claustrophobia had been caused by an irritation fear. Now I truly was trapped in a small space, possibly forever. All the other times, something inside me had frozen as soon as I felt the panic begin. I had felt so desperate, mentally begging it to go away. But now, instead of being paralyzed by fear, I was somehow able to realize that the sensations flooding my body were just the sensations. Instead of instead of focusing on taking deep breaths or telling myself it was okay, I decided to stop trying to change the subject, to stop running away from my fears. Come on, I mentally taunted myself. Is that all you've got? Because I know now that there are way worse things. A picture came onto my head of my Calstrapia as a little yapping dog, inventively trying to sound the alarm. I don't have all day, I told myself. I mean, you're trying everything, and you can't make your heart pound even faster? Can't you make your chest feel even tighter? And instead of gripping me harder, the fear began to ease off. I imagined the little dog falling silently, confused.
My claustrophobia might be done with me, but I wasn't done with it. Don't stop now, I told it. Don't waste my time like that. But instead, I felt it retreat even further. I realized that claustrophobia was like one of those woven Chinese finger traps. In order to get out, you had to push in. Inch after inch, I pulled myself forward. Eventually, I located the other side of the RV, but painfully banging it with the top of my head. Had the sound alerted Rex, I held my breath, but didn't hear anything. Running my good hand along the panel, I eventually found a metal bar that moved when I pressed on it. I heard a snick, and then I felt a compartment door unlatch and began to swing out as fresh air flowed in. Thank God we would be able to get out. I exhaled in relief and switched between levels, barely able to move, but the panic that should have gripped me had turned tails to run. No match for reality. The space was too tight to turn around in, so I had to crawl backward to return to where Jenny was waiting for me, sitting on the edge of the hole. There's a door to outside, and it opens. Let's get ready to go. I kept the wooden spoon if Rex attacked us. I couldn't poke his eye out or maybe stick it between his jaws. I shrugged on my backpack and then held my wallet and sash. Jenny had the boombox with Sir's voice. She also took the spork into her back pocket, and then we both ducked beneath the floor. When we reached the compartment doors, I put my lips against Jenny's ear. This close, I could smell the sharp scent of her sweat.
Once we get out, we'll make it for the fence you saw. We'll be quiet as we can. If we hurry, Rex might not hear us until we're on the other side. I try to remember if the dog's non-curious. I hope not. If it does, then play the tape recorder and keep running. If he attacks, we have to do everything to stay on our feet. Poke him with the spork. Even if it's not that sharp, he's going to like it. Punch him in the nose. If there's a tree you can climb it. If we can get over the 4 or 5 feet, we'll be out of his range. But then we'll be stuck, Jenny whispered, trembling, and Sir will hear and come out. He smelled like he was pretty drunk. If he's anything like his mom's boyfriend, that means he'll be hard to wake up. I hope Sir was totally wasted. Things are not going to get any better tomorrow, so we have to get out of here tonight. And at least right now he's probably asleep. Are you ready? I guess. She took a deep breath. But Savannah, if I don't make it, you have to tell my family that I love them. My anger at Sir morphed into sadness for myself. The same goes for me. If I don't make it and you do, tell my mom that I love her.
Chapter 38 Jenny Dad. Savannah opened the luggage compartment door. Cold, fresh air flooded in. Moving carefully and quietly, we crawled out. It felt like we were moving in slow motion, but at the same time, we couldn't afford to make any noise. Every nerve ending vibration, I waited to hear Rex or Sir. I didn't know which would be worse. Once we were out, we lowered the cargo door back into its closed position with almost exaggerated care. Then I helped Savannah to her feet. As I did, I looked up. My breath caught. The night sky was even more amazing than I remembered, like diamonds sprinkled over black velvet with three-quarter opalescent moon. We were standing in the muddy clear I'd seen the last 10 months, surrounded by the same 15-foot high row of cars case that had been crushed into scrap metal and then piled on top of each other like oversized gray and rusty colored bricks.
A narrow gravel road, just wide enough for a car, pierced the wall of metal. On it was parked the white van. The only thing we had to change from 10 months earlier was now that clearly had a second old RV about a month ago. I had heard a large engine outside, but the tiny gap of my window hadn't revealed what was happening. Sir must have intended it for Savannah, at least before she broke her wrist. The past and second RV was the same rundown two-story house I'd seen my absorbent escape attempt. Sir must be in there. I thought of the knife and the taser he had in his belt. If he woke up and heard us, he would surely kill us, as would Rex. Without any kind of signal between us, Savannah and I both started madly to run. The second of every football made me wince, and when a frozen paddle shattered into icy shards under my left foot, my heart leaped in my chest. The multiple layers of clothes had made for running of a waddle. Instead, the slow pace, even before we reached the opening in the wall of cars, I had wheezed. It used to run almost every day, but I haven't had any kind of exercise for 10 months. My lungs burned and my wasted muscles protested. The boombox thumped under my thigh. The only force power me and my adrenaline and fear. At first, Savannah was just a few feet ahead of me, but gradually the distance between us lengthened. Where was Rex? He could be anywhere. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point as I swiveled my head and strained my ears, waiting for an explosion of barking, but only sounds were our breathing and our feet on the gravel road.
And then we were past the wall. Our horizon opened up. We were surrounded by hundreds, but if not thousands of old cars and trucks. They didn't sit in a neat, orderly rows, but in clumps and clusters. Hoods were up or gone, doors missing. Some had no engine at all, most had no tires. My steps were slower and slower, both from exhaustion and from having to watch where I stepped. Bits and pieces of cars were strewn everywhere. Seats, feathers, bumpers, bed liners, lengths of black rubber tubing, and white plastic reversers that once had fluid. I heard Rex before I saw him. It wasn't a bark, but a continuous growl, low in his throat. The emotion that filled me with anger. It was a hot interrupted of terror. Every strategy we plotted flew out my head. I galloped straight toward Savannah. His dark eyes were as big as chestnuts. His mouth was filled with teeth and foam. And then he was on her, leaping at least 6 feet. Rex's jaws closed in on her thigh, and he started violently shaking his head. He seemed determined to tear her apart. Somehow, probably thanks to Kung Fu, she was managed to stay on her feet, her free leg dancing back and forth as she tried to stay balanced. Finally, I remembered the boombox. I stabbed at the left button to play the tape of Sir's command. Before we left the RV, I had turned the volume to its highest level. Sir's voice suddenly boomed out.
Plus, hits hers fuss. Even though I knew it was just a recording, the sound of him so close caused another wave of terror to crash over me. Rex abruptly realized Savannah's leg. My knees went weak with relief. Her plan was actually working well. He raised his head. He looked from me to Savannah and back again. Too late. I realized that the word in the middle of the recording was Sir was Hertz, pronounced slightly differently, probably spelled differently, but must have meant here, as in come here. And then Rex abandoned Savannah for me.
Chapter 39, Savannah Taylor. After Jenny broadcast his owner's voice through the tape player, Rex let me go. Relief flooded my veins, but it was short-lived. He had abandoned me for Jenny. Her eyes went wide as think we both understood one of those words Sir had meant. Frantically, she rewound the few seconds of tape and hit the play button again before throwing the recorder a dozen feet away. She must have hoped he would run to it rather than her, but Rex didn't swerve, didn't even hesitate. As he hurled toward her, when he was 6 feet away, he leapt. Jenny screamed, then a wordless sound of utter terror. Rex barreled into her chest, knocking her onto her back. I staggered as fast as I could toward them. My blood chilled when I saw that he had Jenny's wrist in his mouth.
Growling, he shook it back and forth. I was on them now. I hit his nose with a right hammer fist as hard as I could. It was wet with his spittle, and I felt it give under my blow, but it was as if I had done nothing. Jenny looked like she had fainted, loose and boneless. Her head lolled back, exposing the top half of her throat, which wasn't protected by the Bruce Lee book. I needed to try something else. Frantic, I broke off a car antenna and brought it down on the dog's back like a whip. It didn't even give him pause. It was hopeless. I would never get him off of her. Soon Rex would drop Jenny's wrist and go for her throat, and then she would die here in the frozen mud, only a few hundred yards from freedom. I couldn't let that happen. The one spoon was still in my back pocket. I pulled it out and tried to poke Rex in the eye with the handle, but it just landed on his cheek. Still, it was enough to make him pay attention to me. Letting go of Jenny, he turned and nipped at the spoon, catching it in his powerful jaws. There was a cracking sound. In a single bite, he reduced it to splinters. Then he turned back to Jenny, his open jaw drooling spit on her slack white face. I splat the dog's butt. Come get me, come on. I stuck my face close to his. He lunged at me. I smelt his rotten breath. His jaws snapped closed a few centimeters from my face. I took a step back. As I had hopped, he followed. Weren't predictors handwriting to scan for movement and then chase it?
An unmoving Jenny wasn't as much fun as the person who screeched and ran and leapt. So I did, running away from Jenny as far and as fast as I could. But Rex's four legs were faster than my two, and my path had led me into a tangle of cars from which there was no other exit. I turned to face the dog, my back against the rear end of a big green sedan. So old it had fins. If he tried to knock me over, maybe the car would hold me up. I held my arms between him and my face. When he attacked, I would try to give his jaw the splint. I knew all those moves would only buy me time. In the end, they would save me. There had to be another way. The front door of the old car stood open. I threw myself back on the bench seat and started frantically scooting away. My heels alternated, digging into the rotten upholstery and kicking the snarling dog as he followed me. I was thankful for the hours I practiced kicking the heavy bag in kung fu. When my back hit the door, I groped behind me until I found the handle. I opened it while at the same time giving one last kick to the dog's chest. It not only pushed him back, but it also propelled me out the door. I landed on my butt. I rolled under the door, and then, lying flat, kicked it closed. Barking, Rex lunged at the window, single-minded in his pursuit. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain in my wrist. Putting my face close to the glass, I taunted the dog with my proximity. As Rex threw himself against it, I hoped the window was unbreakable, as the one in the RV.
And then before he could turn around, I ran to the other side of the car and slammed the passenger side doors shut. The dog was trapped. Rex's growl began to accelerate with barks. There were only partial muffles by the confines of the car. We had to get out of here before Sir showed up. I turned back to find Jenny. She was sitting there, looking dazed. With my good hand up, I reached out for her. Come on, Jenny, get up. We need to go now.
Chapter 40, Jenny down. You're bleeding, Savannah said. When Rex attacked me, I stopped thinking. Even now, I was penned up in the car. Every bark made me flinch. My whole body was coated with sweat. My heart was thumping in my ears. My mouth tasted sour. Savannah was wiping blood from her good hand on her pants. But it wasn't her blood. It was mine. It was coming from my right wrist. The white skin just past the layers of clothes now had a dark hole in it about as big as a pencil. Blood was steadily leaking from it. When I turned it over, the other side was like matching bloody holes. Looking at it, I could sense my wrist was throbbing. At the same time, I really didn't feel like my wrist or hand. It was now just weak, uh, unless appendage attached to my body.
With her good hand, Savannah pulled a towel from her neck. Here, help me tie this around your waist to stop the bleeding. Together, the two of us managed to tie a bulky knot directly over one of the holes. I barely registered the pain as she snuggled the towel taut. Try to hold your wrist above your heart, she said. That will slow down the bleeding. I knew enough to nod at her words, but they were more a jumble of sounds than anything that made sense. We need to get out of here. The dog won't shut up. He'll wake up Sir for sure. Sir, that did get through me. Cradling my wrist to my chest, I began to stagger toward in the best proximity of a run. I had walked more than a few steps in 10 months, and I was already exhausted, getting as far as we had. Soon my muscles were trembling again, my lungs protesting. As fast as we could, we traveled and graveled, Pathod road toward the fence. A squat, slender box building sat just on the other side. The jug cars were beginning to be in neater rows. They looked newer and more complete. Finally, we had reached the fence. It was at least 10 feet higher. A few pairs of gates made of the same chain link matters as the fence displayed the road. A heavy chain bound the gates together. Fastened with a padlock like the fence, the gates had metal pipes running the length of the top, middle, and bottom. To help the gates hold their shape, a fourth pipe went diagonally from corner to corner. The chain link was already a formidable barrier, but both the gates and the fence were topped with the four strands of the barbed wire.
How are we going to get over that? Just looking at the wicked inch-long barbs, I felt overwhelmed. I was shaking from the cold, the running, and the fear flooding my thoughts. Just start climbing, Savannah ordered. I figured out what to do about the barbed wire. Raising my hands over my head, I hooked my fingers into the wires of one of the gates. I ignored how the movement made my wrist bleed more. But when I tried to put the toe of my shoes into the links, it didn't fit. I kicked off my shoes and then stepped up with one foot and then the other. I looked down. I was now a whole 10 inches above the ground, reaching up with one hand and then the next. I transferred to the high handholds. Now it was time to climb my feet up too. Leaning back, I pulled one of my foot and set it up higher. Slowly, I followed it with my second foot, but it was wasted muscle in my arm were barely cooperating. They wobbled and shook every time I shifted my weight. Looking down for all the effort it was costing, I was still only a couple feet above the ground. And then from behind us, I heard a shout.
Chapter 41, Daniel Diaz. I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. It sounded like even Savannah's mom believed that her boyfriend Tim had taken her daughter. And what could be more damning than your own girlfriend believing that you were the bad guy? But I couldn't shake the feeling off that my dad and the other cops were taking all the puzzle pieces and forcing them together. If Tim had taken Savannah, then it had to become of their fright, because she had made him mad. In other words, the reason would be personal, rooted in their relationship. But if that was so, why would Tim also be following girls he didn't know? I'd read about serial killers who started with a family member and then moved on to the wider world. This was the opposite situation. And there was something else. Someone else. Jenny Dowd, the girl who had disappeared from Island Tan in Beaverton 10 months ago.
One of the people I had texted reminded me about her. When I looked her up online, it turned out she looked like Savannah, and so did Courtney and Sarah. It sounded like the girls in the middle school also had similar look, all of them with long, dark, pale skin and blue eyes. My dad said she had totaled van with the license plate SVT759 ended up at an all-auto salvage yard. Giving up on sleep, I got up and Googled it. The pictures online showed hundreds of cars and trucks. Some looked new, others were stripped husks. The Google reviews gave it an average of 2.5 stars. It seemed like people loved the selection and hated the owner. This is not one of those places where you can pull your own parts. You can't even go look at the vehicles you want the parts from. The place was dead. Why couldn't the guy at the counter have walked me back to see the condition of the vehicle that the part was coming off of? Possibly a company policy, but I didn't see it started anywhere. It was a very small thing, but I won't do business again there because of it. While the selection was good, the owner not so much. If I could rate it negative stars, I would. Owner was real jerk. I wanted to go out and look at the vehicle, and then he started screaming at me that it was his property and I needed to get off of it. Next to the last review was a photo of a man standing in the front of a cinder block building. One hand was raised in a fist, and the other was pointing at the viewer. He appeared to be to have been photographed in mid-rage.
Just some middle aged white guy with a bald head. Even though the reviews didn't give his name, suddenly I knew who he was. A guy who didn't want anyone on his property. A guy who would have access to all different kinds of better cars, who could probably fix cars even after they had been declared a total loss. The guy who had been following girls, the guy who had taken Savannah. If I woke my dad, would he believe me if I tried to explain my thinking? He already seemed certain he knew the answer. And if it was possible to convince him otherwise, how long would that take? It had been more than 48 hours since Savannah was taken. So even if she was still alive, how long would that be true? If Savannah was to have any kind of chance at all, it felt like I had to be the one to give it to her. I could go out there, look for the white van, look for her, even looking for signs of a grave. If I didn't find Savannah, I still might be able to find evidence to convince my dad. My parents were in bed, but they always left their keys on hooks near the front door. Moving through the house on tiptoe, I grabbed my flashlight and then the keys of my mom's car.
Chapter 42, Savannah Taylor. As Jenny slowly climbed higher, I tried to figure out how we would get over the barbed wire without getting hurt, or at least not too hurt. While there were gaps on the side of the gate where they connected to each other and the fence, they were only a couple inches wide. The barbed wire wasn't completely taut. Some of the strands sagged in the middle. The kung fu stashed in my backpack. I could throw it over the barbed wire and then pull the ends down and back. That might compress the wires enough for Jenny to climb over, and then she could do the same for me. But even as I pictured it, I realized it wouldn't work. After Jenny went over, the sash would still be on this side, and she wouldn't be on the other. She would be on the other. What about the Bruce Lee book currently stuffed down Jenny's shirt?
Could we lay it on top of the barbed wire, but it wasn't big enough. It was too stiff. It would only protect us from the top strain. We need something that would drape over all of them. And then the solution hit me. We were surrounded by cars with floor mats. Ducking into the nearest car, I grabbed the floor mat from the front passenger side, made of carpet with a rubbery backing. It folded easily when I tried to bend it. But there's no way I could climb to the fence while holding onto the mat. Not the broken wrist. With my bad hand, I pulled the bottom of my coat away from my other layers and shoved the mat under it and up so that it could cover my torso. The stiff top edge pressed against my throat, tight right where Sir had held the taser. He would surely do much worse if he caught us. That thought made me hurry to the fence. Jenny had only made it about 3 feet over the fence. In fact, she had stopped climbing and was simply clinging onto the fence, trembling so hard I could see it from several feet away. Come on, Jenny, keep going. I grabbed the fence next to her with my good hand and tried to step up, but I couldn't get any purchase. Seeing that Jenny had toed off her shoes, I did the same. Then I jumped as high as I could, like a monkey. I grabbed with my toes as well as my right hand. The mat treated to slide loose, but I clamped it against my torso with my elbow of my bad arm, and then I kept clambering. I had gone about halfway up when there was a shout behind us. Sir was awake, and he knew we were gone.
We both shrieked in response. I had thought all my adrenaline was used up, but I could feel more flooding me. Jenny turned to me, her face as pale as a ghost. He's gonna catch us and kill us. No, he's not, I tried to sound like I believed it. Move faster. I moved as fast as I could, stepping one foot and then the other, clinging to the fence with my good hand. Come on, don't stop. We're getting over this fence now. I pushed so hard with shaking legs, I reached the new handhold. When I looked over, Jenny hadn't made much progress. The pale green hand towel I had tied around the dog's butt now looked black. How much blood had she lost? How much can she afford to lose? And how long until Sir came for us? My head was on a swivel as I looked from Jenny to the gravel road and back again. I'm sorry, her voice broke. I'm not strong enough. Yes, you are. Look, just take one more step and then you can stand on the metal crosspipe. Encouraging her helped me ignore my own pain. To keep moving up, trembling, she did as I said. That's excellent. You're almost there. Now just reach your right hand up. Good. Now your left. We have to get over this fence before he comes. Even one-handed, I made it to the top before Jenny. Holding the metal pipe, I considered the strands of barbed wire. I needed to put the floor mat over them, and I also needed to hold on to the fence. To do both of those things, it was going to take two hands. Even if one of them wasn't working right, Jenny was clearly in no shape to help me.
I grabbed the top horizontal pole with my left hand, ignoring the grating jolt of pain from my broken wrist. With my right, I tugged the floor mat free of my sweatshirt. I planned to go the narrowest part over the strands. Now that I was looking at the barbed wire, the mat seemed far too narrow. How could we hold on to it while getting our legs over? Shifting my grip, I laid the mat down lengthwise. When I pressed it with all my might, making the wire dip, Jenny was finally even with me. You go first, I told her. Here, grab the mat with both hands and pull it down as hard as you can. The barbed wire groaned as she put her weight on it, giving even farther. Okay, push on your toes and straighten your elbows. Good. Now swing your right leg wide and put it to the other side. But then she tried to push. Jenny's elbow buckled. After months of being locked away, she was simply too weak. The sound of a motor made me jerk my head in the direction we came from. An engine revered, my heart cramming into the back of my throat as the white van came rolling out of the wall of crashed cars. It was heading straight toward us. The headlights blinded me. I had only thought he would come for us on foot, but this was worse. He was going to run us over.
Chapter 43, Savannah Taylor. I took a deep breath and locked my teeth, preparing myself as best as I could. With my left hand, I reached down, grabbed the back of Jenny's pants, and pulled her up. The pain from my broken wrist was like a bolt of lightning that ran from my arms to my shoulder, and then a shot all through my body. The edges of my vision went dim. But with my help, Jenny was able to straighten her arms and unlock her elbows. She threw one leg over the top of the fence and started switching her grip. I looked back. Horror swamped me. The white van was only a few yards away, its engine whining as it went faster and faster. Jump! I yelled. Jenny. She threw her other leg over the floor mat and then let go. Somehow she managed to land on her feet. Chapter 43, Savannah Taylor. I took a deep breath and locked my teeth, preparing myself for the best I could. With my left hand, I reached down, grabbing the back of Jenny's pants and hauled her up. The pain from my broken wrist was like a bolt of lightning that ran from my arms to my shoulder, and then shot all through my body. The edges of my vision went dim, but with my help, Jenny was able to straighten her arms and lock her elbows. She threw one leg over top of the fence and started to switch her grip. I looked back. Horror swamped me. The white van was only a few yards away, its engine whining as it went faster and faster. Jump! I yelled. Jenny. She threw her other leg over the floor mat and then let go. Somehow she managed to land on her feet.
She took one staggering giant step, too, and then sprawled like a rag doll. Before I could even try to get over the gate, the van slammed into me. Just before my right foot would have been hit by the windshield, I pulled it up and out of the way. The chain locked the two gates together, exploding. Both halves slammed back as if thrown open by a giant. In a split second, desperately clinging to the metal pole at the top of the gate, I was spun 180 degrees. The gate slammed into the fence on the other side with so much force that it flung me loose. I landed hard on my butt, but I barely felt it. Instead, I scrambled to my feet and turned around. Had the van run over Jenny? I couldn't see her, just the rear of the van and the red flare of its brake lights. When the driver's door banged open and Sir leaped out, he spotted me. Lowering his shaved head like a bull, he ran straight at me. I screamed as he dug dove at my legs. Too late. I tried to kick him. Before I could, Sir's arms were wrapped around my knees. He yanked my legs up, flipping me on my back. He didn't loosen his grip. After turning to me in a half second, he began bringing me back inside the solid yard. Ignore my attempts to kick myself free. Sir was a black cutout against the spray of stars. Their light had traveled millions of miles to each of us, and despite their glow, those stars could have died thousands of years ago, just like I probably would tonight.
Once we were away from the fence, Sir threw my legs down, then stepped over me and sat on my hip. His left hand pinned my right shoulder to the ground. I tried to buck him off, but he was too heavy. The corner of his mouth lifted. It wasn't a smile. It was a shape he had made with his mouth. He drew his right hand back. Silver suddenly winked at me. The knife. Sir raised it over his head and then swung it down toward my chest. Just as I was blocking the strike in Kung Fu, I threw up my split left arm to deflect it. The tip of the blade caught the thick magazine, but it forced the blow still made me cry out. Before he could yank the knife free, I swung my arm back over his head so hard, as hard as I could. At the end, I snapped my wrist. The way Sifu had taught us to throw back fists, the move loosened the knife. It flew in the darkness, landing with a clatter on the gravel. Sir just laughed and reached both hands for my throat. Then someone called from behind him. "No, you don't." He turned away. It was Jenny. I didn't even have time to be relieved that she was still alive. As Sir got to his feet, his hand balled into a fist. I struggled to get up. Jenny held something in her right fist, and now she swung it at his face. He easily stepped back out of the way. She kept slicing it through air, keeping him at bay. There was silence except for all of our breathing and a pattern like raindrops that left dark
freckles on his face. It was blood being flown by the makeshift bandage on Jenny's wrist. "What's that you got there, girl?" he laughed, and now I saw what it was. It was a spork. "Oh, Jenny, give me that." He reached out a hand for it, but as she kicked him the way I taught her in the RV, I scooped barefoot against his legs. With a high scream pinch, Sir curled over, his hands clenching himself. How long would he stay like that? Frantically, I scanned the ground for a weapon, tangled of wires, molding pieces of metal and plastic and rubble. A seat from a car, a handy cup, and then I saw it, a rusted axe. I tried to pick it up with my right hand, then it weighed at least 30 pounds. With a grunt, I jabbed it up with both my hands. When I turned back, Sir was choking Jenny, shaking her back and forth the way Rex had shaken me earlier.
Chapter 44, Savannah Taylor. I ignored the dizziness that threatened to swamp me. I didn't feel the pain of my broken wrist. I didn't feel anything but the desire to stop him. Hefting the axe to my shoulder, I swung it at his head like a metal bat. It connected with a dull bang that reminded me of a cast iron belt Sifu rang. To begin Kung Fu class, Sir let go of Jenny. We put both hands to his head, took 2 steps, and then toppled over. Had I killed him? I decided I didn't really care. Instead of checking, I ran to Jenny. She was on her knees, gagging and coughing. Her hands rubbed dark metal marks on her neck. "Are you okay?" "I don't know." She looked at me. Her eyes were wide and wet. "But we got him, didn't we?" "We got him, Savannah. We're free."
I was just starting to return her smile when she fell over sideways. I dropped to my knees next to her. Her eyelids were flickering. She was still breathing, even though it was swallow and fast. Had he hurt her Had he hurt something in his throat, cut off oxygen long enough that it attacked her heart or brain? I looked from Jenny to Sir and back again. I had to get her out of here and get to a hospital, but I couldn't risk him following us. Given another chance, he would surely kill us. I ran back to him. He still hadn't stirred. I grabbed both his feet, tucked them good under my arm, and dragged him back to the nearest cart just as he dragged me earlier. He was completely limp. His head bounced over the gravel. His left temple was bleeding, leaving a streak on the dirt. I used the kung fu stash from my backpack to tie his head behind his back into the car's bumper. My swallowed left hand worked only reluctantly. I had to use my teeth to tighten the knots. He was still breathing, but it sounded rough and raspy. When I ran back to Jenny, she was laying where she had fallen, but now her eyes were at half-mast. "Come on, Jenny, we have to get out of here." She tried to move, but it was like watching an overturned bug. Her arms and legs were scuffed back and forth in the dirt. Sobbing with exhaustion, I knelt behind her, grabbed her around the wrist with my right arm, and somehow managed to get us both to our knees and then our feet. "We just have to make it to the van, Jenny. Come on, stay with me."
Like two drunks, we staggered toward it. A couple of times she started to tip over, but through sheer force of will, I kept her upright. I opened the passenger door. It was a relief to see the keys dangling from the ignition. The airbags dangled from the dash like deflated balloons. Fine white powder was still floating in the air like someone had blown flour off of an open palm. For some reason, I thought of Bruce Lee bellowing Chuck Norris's chest hair from him and letting out a laugh that sounded like a rusty hinge. Somehow I managed to shove Jenny into the seat. I slammed her door closed, then ran around the front of the van. The headlights were broken, and the front of the van was dented and scraped from the ramming the fence open. The driver's side door was still open. I dragged myself onto the seat. It was a relief when I started it up without accident. Shockingly feet. I drove past a cinder block building with a big sign, "All Autos," and out into an empty parking lot. In front of that was a long, lonely stretch of road. I had no idea whether to turn right, left, or right. I chose right because that's the only hand that worked. I slipped onto the wheel as I turned, resting on my lap. My left hand was throbbing at the time with my heart. I looked over at Jenny. She was slumped against the window. I wasn't even sure if she was breathing. When I looked back at the road, a car was coming straight for us. As I swung the van back into our lane, I slowed down and started honking the horn, little beeps, and I hoped the other driver would understand they were a form of communication, not a complaint. Imitating Jenny, I used the Morse code patterns for SOS.
3 short beeps, 3 long beeps, 3 short beeps. Still the car, a dark-colored Subaru Outback, started to pass us, but the guy driving it looked awfully familiar. Was I just hysterical after everything that just happened? In the van's side view mirror, I saw brake lights flash. Then the driver flung his door open and started running back to me. It was Daniel. We looked at each other through the driver's side window. I put my good hand up against the glass, and he matched it with his own. Then he opened the door. "Are you all right?" he started to ask. Then he looked past me and swore. "What's wrong with that girl? Is she alive?" Then I looked at Jenny's white, still face. I didn't know the answer.
Chapter 45, Savannah Taylor. Left rear roundhouse kick on my count. Sifu Terry said. I shifted my stance so my right foot was forward. So did the students in the line on either side of me. Tonight I was one of the 3 Kung Fu students testing for purple. 2 others were testing for orange. One was Mr. Taekwondo, whose real name turned out to be Jake Clowers. I never told him that I briefly suspected of being my kidnapper. Sifu began counting. 1. The 5 of us kicked in the air and then set our feet down. 2, 3, 4. As he counted to 10, Sifu and the other black belts observed our kicks, sometimes scribbling a note or leaning over to whisper to each other. Behind us, the room was crowded with higher ranked students as well as friends and family.
This time my mom was among them. 3 months ago, we had moved into a new apartment, partly financed by my half of a GoFundMe account a stranger had set up after Jenny and my story hit the news. 9, Sufu called out. My left leg shot out. As I brought it back, I lost my balance and my toe touched the mat. I quickly moved my foot to the correct starting position. Stifu, Terry, and at the least one other black belt noticed, but I didn't obsess about it. There was a lot I didn't obsess about anymore. I threw the 10th kick when I was told to, and then waited for the next instruction. Go to horse stance. Stifu shifted his gaze to the rest of the room. I need 5 helpers with the air shields on the mat. Daniel was the first one to respond. Holding the 3-foot-long black pad, he stopped in front of me. His expression didn't change. But after spending a lot of free time with him over the past 3 months, including the winter formal, I could now suggest his thoughts. You got this. After calling 911, he tried to stop Jenny's wrist bleeding out. I begged her to stay strong with us. Once we got to the hospital, though, it turned out that her recent injuries were not that dire. They gave Jenny antibiotics and a couple of units of blood. They also called in a plastic surgeon to consult about her face. Since then, she'd had 2 surgeries and now undergoing laser treatment to reduce the redness of her scars. The plastic surgery said that even after treatment, there would always be faint white lines on her nose and lips, but her scars were no longer the first thing you noticed about her. Jenny was back at school and also working with a one-on-one tutor her parents had hired to bridge the months she had missed. Her goal is to graduate in June.
At the hospital, my wrist had been reset under local anesthesia, and they replaced the Real Simple magazine with a more official splint. The ER doctor had marveled over how thick the magazine was, 394 pages. She weighed it in her palm. That's got to be the thickest issue they have ever printed. If you tried to stop a knife with a current magazine, it'd probably go right through. Even with my arm in a cast, I had kept coming to Kung Fu class. Sufu had modified the drill so I could still participate. Right side breast kick on my account. He said, now when I turned to my left, I was facing the 2 students testing for orange. Mr. Taekwondo was no longer on the end. Jenny was. Her counselor had suggested it might be good for her to add to Kung Fu. I already taught her that desperate day in the RV. She turned out to be a natural. Her long legs could snap kicks as high as a man's head. Daniel turned his shoulder to me and braced himself. His arms were threaded through the straps of the 4-inch thick pad that shielded him from shoulder to the thigh. 1, Sufu said as I drove my foot into the pad just over Daniel's ribs. I didn't hold anything back. He let out a grunt and took half a step back. 2, Jenny's partner was also having trouble staying in place. I snuck a glance over my shoulder at the audience. Jenny's brother, Blake, was in the front row of the folding chairs, sitting next to his parents.
Amy and Bob Dowd were sitting together, their eyes only on their daughter. Jenny had said that her father had moved home the next week before. A few seats down from them was Officer Diaz, Daniel's father. Daniel had told me that he and his dad had some long talks after Daniel found us. Last week, I had watched Enter the Dragon at his house with his whole family, and when his dad caught us kissing in the kitchen when we were supposedly making popcorn, the 3 of us all pretended that he hadn't seen anything. One person not in the room was Tim. My mom still saw him every now and then, but she no longer called her boyfriend. And she told me a few things about her past that made me feel sorry for him. Last month, she passed on a handwritten note. In it, Tim apologized for his behavior and said he had anger management counseling. He wrote that he was trying to learn what it meant to be a man. For her part, my mom was attending Codependence Anonymous, which said that true happiness couldn't come from another person. She'd also promised that we wouldn't leave Portland while I was still living at home. Because of the GoFundMe, I would have enough to make at least a start at college. Sir, those real names for Milton Thorne were in Sir, whose real name was Milton Thorne, was in jail. a wading trail. He had a fracturing skull, which he healed up, just like me and Jenny. Everyone seemed certain he would receive a prison sentence so long that he would never get out. After he escaped, the prison had searched the rec yard he owned for hidden graves, but they had turned up no evidence of earlier girls. It seemed Jenny and I had been his first, and his last.
Milton might have been going to prison, but Rex was getting out. A rescue group in upstate New York that specialized in rehab vicious dogs and offered to take him. Despite what Rex had done to her face, Jenny hadn't objected. The dog was what Milton made him. Maybe he could be unmade, and maybe he couldn't. But it didn't seem fair not to give him a chance. Seafood Terry clapped his hand. Thank you, helpers. You may salute off the floor. And those of you who are testing should go to the horse stance. Then he and the other black belts left the room to confer. I spread my feet and settled down into the low horse stance, my arm held up as I was ready to blow an imaginary blow. From my previous test, I knew the black belts would not come back for at least 5 minutes, long enough that my legs would be trembling. But I wasn't sure that they would stand up to the challenge, and I was also sure that when the black belts returned, Jenny and I would both be awarded rank. Without turning my head, I managed to catch her eye, and then we grinned. That's the end of
The Girl in the White Van
by April Henry.